Got it.
Now recording.
Uh-oh. I've got to make sure that, yep, that accidentally got doubled. Okay, a little bit of a recap. Last we left off, y'all found yourself in a tavern, like you do in these sorts of games, after a long fight with a couple dragons and a ghost. While you were there, you received a letter addressed to y'all and accepted the quest that was entailed in that letter. The next morning, you decided to head out on the road following this thread, stopping at Craftsman for a brief second before you hit the road. But after about 6 hours march north, premature dusk was setting in, and fatigued party members among you call for a long rest. You set up camp and declared a watch order. Tegan noticed y'all were suddenly in a different forest after a wall of fog had passed during her watch. She roused the rest of the party. You were wandering along a strange forest road when suddenly you were surrounded by a pack of wolves led by one gigantic wolf. Fight ensued that was looking pretty dire for our heroes, but you managed to slay several of the attacking wolves before the rest trotted away into the mists. Hurrying along the road, you passed through the eastern gates of Barovia. It was an ominous stone wall with gate flanked by two headless statues. The gate opened on its own accord at your approach and closed behind you when the last of your party crossed the threshold, and you decided to take a short rest on the other side, after which the scent of death led you towards a corpse whose outstretched hand clutched a letter, nearly identical to the one you received in the tavern the night before, but something wasn't quite adding up between the two of them. You finally made your way into a village. Streets seemed empty and quiet, except you heard crying at a house, but nobody was keen to answer the door. The first face you saw was an elderly woman pushing a cart down the street, who you bought some pastries from, and she also gave you directions to the local village and the village tavern and mercantile. I misspoke during the last game. I accidentally said, if you need more dream pastries, I live at an old windmill with my sisters. We could retcon and say she said the right thing and I just misspoke. She meant to say daughters. Lives in an old windmill with her daughters. What was I? Before going to the mercantile and the tavern in that order, Manu took it upon himself to kick in part of the crying person's door and left a pastry inside the hole he created. You shopped at criminally high prices. I was a little disappointed nobody tried to shoplift anything. Then in the Blood on the Vine tavern, Ricky found the bartender none too helpful. But y'all met Ireena Kolyana, son of Kolyan Indirovich, the late burgomaster of the Village of Barovia, and the signer of both of the letters in your possession. He was able to confirm the handwriting on the first letter was not genuine, but the second was. Ireena invited you all to stay at the night at his home, if you would but hear him out with a proposition. There at the burgomaster's mansion, you met Irena's sister and subject of the two letters in your possession, Ireena Kolyana. Ireena needs your help escorting Ireena out of the village of Barovia and west, further away from the shadow of Castle Ravenloft, and hopefully to safety. But Ireena is straight refusing to leave until her father is buried, which you also agreed to help out with. But nighttime coming among you, you were shown to guest rooms upstairs and settling in for a long rest for the evening. And Manu, under the influence of the dream pastry you had eaten earlier, you drift off to sleep quickly and comfortably. And this night you have particularly pleasant dreams and very, very vivid. If you'd like to, would you describe a brief scene for us in a dream that Manu would find himself reluctant to wake from?
It would probably just be like a really simple dream of just a nice day fishing and goofing around on a boat with clear skies and calm waters.
During this dream, you feel it's particularly lucid, and you like the sensations are a lot like, waking life, and you like feel the sun warming your skin. You could smell the salt in the air, and it's just like everything is filling you with like a sense of contentment and peace and belonging. And you just feel really good during these dreams. By the time you wake up, you're probably going to be in a shitty mood. Not like you ever have a good dream and you wake up the next morning and you're just like, this shit that I actually live in. And just like you'll wake with an intense longing to go back to that dream world. But the rest of you, sleep comes more fitfully. And your dreams are more like an art student's low budget spooky horror film. There's like lots of, artsy shots that are like quick cut with, grisly scenes of, like wolf dogs chewing on raw meat and stuff like that with discordant noises, like, kind of piercing.
Things moving with the frames removed.
Right. But each of you are having a very similar dream, but in it, you're alone. You find yourself running through a mist-shrouded forest, panting for breath, and the fast thump of your heart you could hear pounding in your ears over the howling of the wolves that pursue you. And suddenly, you're falling, but you don't hit the dirt. You're falling through mist. You see just black. And then you turn, an old woman is beckoning you into a tent. The scene changes, and you see a huge and grotesquely bulbous spider crawling along a decrepit swamp. A light flashes, and then you see a bright beam of light shining from the highest point of a long-ruined mansion. And then the scene changes again. You see a snowy peak, the side of a mountain, a temple. You see yourself smashing a model of a castle. The scene changes again, and you see a figure tumbling down a waterfall. A majestic buck, its antlers extending above its head, on a snowy peak overlooking a lake as lightning strikes. The scene pulls back, and you see red strings connecting all of these pieces across the mist-shrouded lands. They all lead to a central figure obscured by the mist curtain, pulling the threads like a puppeteer from a bridge between a heart and a needle. Lightning flashes again. You are at the mouth of a towering waterfall. You look up to dizzying heights to the source from which the water is cascading down, when suddenly you're aware of its crushing weight as it begins to push you down beneath the turbulent waters. You reach for the surface as you continue to sink. The light becomes more obscured with every passing meter until everything fades to black, and all you could feel is an oppressive, crushing force. Would everybody, or the three of you, Levan is technically not here, but Ricky, Sunny, and Tegan make Constitution saving throws.
Mm-hmm. Five.
16 on die for a 17 total.
And I rolled for Ricky. He got a 19.
Okay, Sunny, you wake with a start. It's before dusk, as you could see out the window. You're simultaneously hot and cold. You're shivering and drenched with sweat. A lot of the details of this dream have basically slipping through your fingers, like just as the moments pass from you waking. But you feel the sense of dread and foreboding, like you just saw something out of a nightmare. You wake and see your companions, or at least probably a couple of your companions. There's 2 guest rooms in this mansion. What do you do?
I think I just kind of like lay back in my bed and wait for everyone else to wake up. Try to sleep again, but it just doesn't happen.
Okay. I'm
not a wake people up kind of.
You do hear a little bit of stirring downstairs.
What was downstairs again?
The main living space. You're again in the home of Ireena and Ismark. There was also the corpse of their father off in a side room. Y'all had eggs together the night before in the kitchen.
All right. Well, I'll check out what the noise is. I'll be extra quiet not to wake my sleeping friends.
Okay. As you go down, you see Ismark in the kitchen area. He's lighting a fire in the stove. And you see on the table next to where he is, there's the 2 letters that you had shown him that you had collected the day previously, and also the map that he had drawn up for y'all. I think he hears you enter the room and turns around and is like, "Oh, hello, Sonny, yes? Were you unable to sleep? I hope you had, such as it was, pleasant dreams."
No, not really. Found it very difficult to dream in here in peace. What are you doing with the fire?
Oh, I was just getting set up. Sun will be rising shortly, maybe within the next hour. I was getting caffeinated tea and the kitchen warm and ingredients ready for the preparation of breakfast.
Well, no attacks last night, so I suppose we are lucky. Is there anything I can help with to prepare for the day?
He kind of looks down at the letters for a second and kind of snaps back. It's like, "Oh, to help with the day? No, I believe I have everything in order. It's just," and he looks back at the letters and he was just like, I must confess, I was having difficulty sleeping too. I'm up at such an hour. I was studying these letters, and as I said, this first one, I don't know who penned this, but it was not my father. The second one, it's definitely my father. It's his handwriting. It sounds like his voice, but this section here, it says my adopted daughter. If Ireena is my adopted sister, this is news to me. Just keep that in mind. I think that would be news to her too. Maybe just keep that under your hat. Then, if you're
yes, I will.
Holding on to these letters, maybe just keep them also under your hat.
Okie dokie. And I just kind of pull up a chair, like close but not too close, and just kind of chill in a corner. Wait for everyone else to wake up.
Okay, I think it's shortly, perhaps like one at a time, maybe Tegan and then Ricky, and then lastly would be Manu. Start one by one, heading down at the smells of tea and breakfast being prepared.
Okay. So, what
Hey,
is for breakfast?
Oh, I had a little bit of ham that I was making with eggs. I hope you like both of those things.
Thank you very much.
Did anyone else have a weird dream with Suspiria music?
Yes, actually. More flashing images than dreams usually have, too. Which, out of character, by the way, I loved having that one
cool.
panel be flashing.
It was funny because at the very beginning you said like a bunch of horror images flash, and I was like, the first thing that came to mind was, oh, like all the red in Suspiria, and then the Suspiria music immediately started playing.
Great. I'm glad that people amongst this group recognized it and appreciated it.
Yep. Goblin has a couple bangers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Profondo Rosso is another really good one. I love a ham.
I think Ireena kind of is stretching while walking down the stairs to join y'all, and says, "Ooh, oh, yes, it's you. I almost forgot. Hello, good morning. Oh, it's Marks. What is it for breakfast?" And he says ham and eggs. It's like, oh, I'm very excited. She makes herself some tea and kind of sits down at the table among y'all, and it's kind of just like observing y'all with interest. I think she's taking particular interest in Manu and Sunny, maybe like catching herself staring, and then suddenly looking away.
Hey, Ireena, was it?
Yes.
I was just wondering, have you ever felt maybe a difference from your brother and your father? Like maybe something was out of place? Just wondering. Many people feel this way. It is normal.
I'm not sure I understand your meaning, but
Never mind. Just woke up. Weird thoughts in the morning. You understand.
Sure. How did you all sleep?
Not to be ungracious guest, but very shit.
Oh, were the beds not to your liking?
Bed's good. Just dreams bad.
Yeah, mine was fine. I just wish I could have slept in.
I think having a fight with very violent wolves as soon as we arrive in a very differently set type of woods might have had a bit of an effect on dreams. That and just the very depressing town.
Yes, it. I am sorry. It's there's nothing I can do about it. I agree. There
was no blame or shade intended. There's enough shade throughout the town already.
Yes, my whole life I don't know if I've seen the sun shining fully.
How old are you?
I'm sorry?
How old are you?
I am 28.
That's a long time to not see the sun.
These lands, they're surrounded by mist. It's all we know. The fog rarely ever burns off.
Well, on the plus side, skin cancer risk low, right?
I'm not sure what that is.
Never mind, it's just another morning thought.
Okay. Do you have many strange thoughts upon waking?
I don't know if I'd call them strange, but that's what other people tell me.
And I think at this point, Ismark is kind of just like back turned to you, like stirring things in a pan. Kind of comes back with plates for all of you and joins. So, the game plan today. You said you agreed to help bury my father, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. We would have had a bit of a trouble getting the coffin there, at least. And he kind of looks to Ireena, and Ireena looks a little bit frustrated. I don't like to. I don't like thinking about my sister being on the streets without, escort stronger than I myself can muster.
Well, do you need to prepare anything for your father?
No, not particularly. He is in the coffin in the next room. His body is prepared for the rites. We just need to do a little coffin dance down the street and get him there. I spoke with Father Donovich last night. He is expecting us.
All right.
What? Yes, like you went out last night, or like when we found you, like before we found you in the tavern.
No, I of course did not know that I would be having assistance, but yes, after Ireena showed you to your rooms, I did step out and walk up to the church. It is not far from here.
Well, we were told it was dangerous. You shouldn't do that. You could die.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
That's 10 total.
Okay, you're not picking up anything that he's holding back. And he just says, well, it seems, I mean, I am the burgomaster now. These are kind of my streets. And besides, it is not me that has a target on my back. Outside of the village walls, the road and the woods especially can be very dangerous. But within the village, it seems, people are mostly safe from creatures. It's my sister specifically has drawn the eye of the devil. So
Then okay, well let's get him over there soon. So walking down
And if you wanted to, you can go ahead and open up the Village of Barovia in Table Plop. Not that I necessarily think combat's going to happen anytime here. And I actually am going to assign Ricky as Steven for now. So you could move both of those, but you don't necessarily have to move them. I can move them myself. It's basically just like a straight walk north from the Burgermaster's mansion, and then northwest towards the church.
Mm-hmm.
God, I need so much more room than I have.
Is the graveyard itself the big fenced-in area to the northwest?
Yes, behind the church.
Okay.
And as y'all are passing the kind of the intersection in between where you saw the mercantile on your right and then the Blood on the Vine Tavern also on your right. When you're passing the tavern specifically, Manu, you spot somebody who's brightly colored dressed, kind of leaning outside of the tavern, spots y'all carrying the coffin down the road. And as you pass, this person starts following you a bit at a distance.
And only Manu notices, or
Correct.
do we all notice?
Manu notices.
Yeah, I'd whisper to everyone else, like, hey, someone's following us. Is that person with bright clothes? It's kind of hard to miss.
I take a sneaky peeky.
Okay, Sunny, make a perception check.
15.
Okay.
I would also like to try
Okay.
this look.
Go ahead and make
Mine
a
was
perception check.
lower. Mine was much lower.
Okay, so almost at the same time, I think Sunny turns her head over her shoulder a little bit sooner. And I think Tegan is kind of a little more telegraphing, like, I'm looking behind me. And so I think Sunny, at like the last second when you look over, you see a person dressed in kind of like a bright blue flowy clothes stepping off to the left in like behind an alley. And Tegan, when you look behind, you don't see anybody.
Okay.
Well, that was weird. I mean, well, that was weird.
Hey, Ricky!
It was
Hello.
Ricky.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hi.
Yeah,
I
real
can
quick, I'm gonna go
assign-
grab a blanket.
Yeah, no worries. I've got to assign Ricky's token back to him.
Are we in
Pleasure.
Village of Barovia?
You
Yes.
are.
Cool.
And I am going to start moving your tokens up to the church.
Going to a nice little funeral.
Yeah, so to catch you up, y'all woke the next morning at the Burgermaster's mansion. You also had a really bad nightmare that night as you slept.
Oh.
But woke, had some breakfast, had some conversation with Ireena and Ismark, and you are currently doing a little coffin dance down, or up rather, the road towards the Church of Barovia. And as you get closer, you see atop a slight rise against the roots of the pillar stone that supports Castle Ravenloft stands a gray, sagging edifice of stone and wood. This church has obviously weathered the assaults of evil for centuries on end and is worn and weary. A bell tower rises towards the back, and flickering light shines through the holes in the shingled roof. The rafters strain feebly against their load. I think Ismark hesitates for a second and is like, well, suppose we should go in and tell Father Donovich we are here and ready for the funeral.
I'll kind of knock on the door with my trident.
You walk up to the door. They're heavy wooden doors, and they're covered with claw marks and scarred by fire. And I think after a short little wait, you kind of hear the creak, door opening in front of you, and you see a man that drop in out of game chat. An elderly gentleman. He appears to be out of breath just from walking to open these front doors for you. And he glances over you before finally landing his eyes on Ismark. And he says, "Oh, it's a sad day. Please, come in. And the doors open to reveal a 10-foot wide, 20-foot long hall leading to a brightly lit chapel. The hall is unlit and reeks of mildew. 4 doors, 2 on each side of the hall, lead to adjacent chambers. You could see that the chapel is strewn with debris. You hear an inhuman scream that rises up beneath the floorboards.
What was that? Anyone else hear the screaming?
I'm sure we all heard that one.
Yeah. I was waiting for him to answer your question. And I say that in character, too.
Man, why does everything in Barovia have to be so creepy?
Apparently one of the next books are on January, February, March, April, May 18th. There'll be an actual raid.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Yeah, with some of the writers involved with that, Molly Ostertag and Crystal Fraser, and
is it like a source book, or is it like a new adventure?
It's got some mini adventures in it apparently, but it's a source book that's not Curse of Strahd specific, but it's like Domains of Dread specific, so it has Curse of Strahd material in it.
Right. Okay, cool.
Yeah, they'll probably go over Barovia, but there are like 30 Domains of Dread in that book.
Oh. For some reason I always thought Barovia was just like the sum total of Ravenloft. Not well versed in the setting.
Sorry, I didn't set up some of this stuff beforehand, so I'm just making sure there's tokens on the...
Oh, you're good.
And there's quite a few domains of dread. Vecno is actually trapped in a domain of dread for a while.
Yeah.
That's the main reason that I'm familiar with the setting at all. Is actually far more so that than Barovia.
Yeah, So, my friends, are the churches like this where you're from? Because in Malazan, they are much more cheery.
I don't know if you've noticed, but everything here is just kind of not good.
I have noticed, yes. It's
This
Yeah.
place.
Where I'm from, the churches are like growing and flowery. We have a lot of reverence for nature, even in our magic. This is not.
yes. Yes, a church should be beautiful and magical and happy and full of light. This is a sad state of affairs when your church becomes like this and screaming is coming from beneath the ground.
I think when you're in the middle of saying that, before you even get to say, but when streaming is coming out of the ground, you hear an inhuman scream again that just says, "Father, I'm starving!"
Well, somebody better feed them.
And I think as that noise comes up through the floor, you see Father Donovich kind of just cringing a little bit, like a slight lurch, and he like reaches for his heart and gasps a little bit.
Are you okay, Father Donovich?
I am managing. It's trying times we truly live in. And sadder still that the burgomaster is now dead. But Ismark is a good man, and he will see to tending to the affairs of this village. Shall we proceed with the funeral?
So do you want me to ask about the screaming about a father and feeding, or I was just hoping you'd get to that?
Yeah, what about that noise? That voice?
Yeah.
Please pay it no mind. It's a sad, terrible affliction. He is bound for his own safety and for the safety of others.
Can I roll insight on that? I feel like this guy is like, this is like some serial killer shit going on.
Yeah, same.
Please do roll insight.
All right.
I'm actually gonna roll this in D&D
Oh,
Beyond.
so 8.
I got a 23.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
I got a 20, but I am curious if my roll from D&D Beyond is actually visible to other people that pop up the character sheet.
I wouldn't know. I don't have your character sheets open.
Yeah, I think it's only visible to you. I'm pretty sure.
But Manu and Tegan, you pick up that this man is incredibly weary and incredibly he keeps like maybe glancing towards one of the doors down the hall, like he's nervous. He doesn't want you to investigate any further.
Well, we're not ones to do as told or as expected. So we should invest.
I'm Sir, do you realize how it sounds to us outsiders to come in here and have you have this person screaming from below, and the first thing, and what your version of reassuring us is to just let us know that you just have this person tied up in the basement for their own good?
It is.
Do you realize how that comes across?
Make a persuasion check.
Yes, make the bard make a persuasion check.
Actually rolled decent too. 16.
It seemed like he was reluctant to give you any more information, but kind of you like zeroing in on this is like, no, motherfucker, you got to tell me more. He kind of breaks down a little bit and relinquishes information that he didn't necessarily want to go through. He doesn't want to think about. He's trying to push this further in the back of his mind. And he says, "Oh dear, it is my son who is in the church's undercroft. He was seduced by the call of adventure and the perspective of being a liberator of these lands, and sadly he returned to me a changed child, and he is now dangerous to himself and to others, so I do not wish any harm to befall him, but he has been driven quite mad, so I keep him locked for his own good."
Does this have something to do with the scratches all over your church?
Perhaps not directly, but perhaps it is linked in more ways than the more you start to think about it. No, my son did not make those marks, but creatures very much like what my son has become are among those who have assailed these grounds. And Ismar kind of awkwardly goes, "Well, yes, that certainly explains the noises we've been hearing from the church.
It
Probably
sounds like
part
the
of
same.
the reason I don't attend. But should we continue along with the rites?"
Yeah, he's not getting any better, so we should hurry up.
Yes, indeed.
And Father Donovich says, "Well, there's hardly even a spot to sit. Perhaps you better walk with me to the cemetery. I've already had Cantomir's son help me dig a grave. So perhaps if you would join me behind the church, I will lead you to it."
Oh, you go on ahead. I have to use the tinkle real quick. I must excuse myself. Just go on ahead.
I don't understand, but of course.
Yeah.
There is not a chamber inside this church. Please find an outhouse.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go out front. I'll find something.
Make a stealth check.
Okay. I'll have disadvantage because of my armor. So that'd be... Alright, that's a 2.
Okay, so you walk out and you think you find a good bush.
Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. I don't actually want to use the restroom. I just want to be in the church while everyone else goes out back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
and I'm actually going to say in character. Well, we don't need to wait for Ricky. We can follow the old creepy man out back behind the church.
make another roll for Father Donovich. That's a natural 20. Father Donovich, I think, eyeballs you walking around the back of the church when y'all are like kind of walking into the graveyard, and he kind of just like, since he's not doing any of the carrying of the coffin, he's kind of free to have his head on a swivel. And he does notice you're maybe walking into the back door.
Oh, just checking to see if there was maybe a pot in here.
No, it's perhaps disrespectful to find a place in the cemetery. If you could go find a tree, please.
Okay, fine. I'll find a tree, and then I'll go out front and just kind of wait for them to... Cause I'm assuming they're going to leave out like the back entrance to go to the cemetery in there. So
Sure.
I'm going to go out front. Here, I'll just move my character. Oh, my token's right there. Yeah, so I'll go out here, and then once I think they're like far enough away, I'm going back inside the church.
Can I make an insight check on Ricky?
Sure. And Ricky, make a deception check.
Okay.
With disadvantage, because you've already been called out.
6.
18.
Okay.
So when we're
So
when
Tegan,
we're
you
out
are
back
sure he is up to some no good shit, and you
Yeah.
are certain it has
So
nothing to do with his
when-
bladder.
Right. So when we actually get out back behind the church, I'm going to point to the front of the church with message and tell him we're out back.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so
I'm going to try. I'm going to try and do it quietly.
Father Donovich is distracted because he's starting to mutter his own, funeral rites while Ismark and Ireena are looking on. While that is happening, Tegan starts doing the components to cast her message spell, and nobody really pays her any mind. Ricky, what are you doing at that moment?
Okay, so once I see that message, I'm like, thank you, Tegan. And then I go in and I start investigating. I want to go into that back room, and I want to find where the hell this guy's son is.
So yeah, where are you going? There's 4 doors, 2 on your left and 2 on your right, and directly ahead of you is
right,
the kind of chapel main area.
Yeah, the chapel area that's like destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay. So just looking at the map, probably the room with the little trap door right there.
I mean, sure. Let's go ahead and say you enter that one.
Yeah, I mean, we can just roll like here. I'll make it more random. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. So the room with the trap door is room 4. So I'll just roll a d4.
Can't I zoom?
So actually, the first room I go into is this room.
The second on your left?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. As you enter, this is a dirty room, and it contains a wooden bed with a straw-filled mattress. Next to it is a small table with an oil lamp burning brightly on it. Mounted above the headboard is a wooden sun-shaped holy symbol.
Oh, okay. So I will note that wooden sun holy symbol and ask about it later. I think I accidentally just exit out of table plop. So I'll open that again. That's my bad. But otherwise, if there's nothing else interesting in this room, then I'll just go to the next room.
Okay.
So the one right above the room with the trapdoor.
That would be... This room has an old desk and chair, and they stand against the south wall, and another wooden holy symbol is mounted above them. It's a sunburst, and a 10-foot long iron rod attached to the north wall stands bare, suggesting a tapestry once hung there. And against the far wall stands a wooden cabinet with 4 tall doors.
I'd like to look in the cabinet, see if there's anything in there.
For its size, the wooden cabinet contains very little. There's a tinderbox, a few wooden boxes full of candles, and a couple well-used books. Hymns to the Dawn, a volume of Chants to the Morning Lord, and The Blade of Truth, the uses of logic in the war against diabolist heresies as fought by the Ulmist Inquisition. And it's a strange book that mixes logic exercises with lurid descriptions of fiend-worshipping cults.
Okay, well, so stealing is against my moral code, but after I'm done snooping, I'll definitely ask Father, I forget his name, I'll definitely ask him about that. But if Donovich, here, let me write that down.
I called him creepy old guy to his face, and
yeah, he was pretty. I mean, like, given like the state of the church, I don't know if he'll really care that much about missing things. But you never. Ricky's a good boy. Okay, well, if there's nothing else here, I'm going to. I'll just investigate all the rooms. So I'll go into this one next.
And the other one, it's just a dirty room. It contains a wooden bed with straw-filled mattress. There's a small table and oil lamp burning on it.
Cool.
And there's another holy symbol carved out of wood above the bed. And it's another room.
Another like sun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's another room that doesn't really have anything of interest. But you go into the money room that you wanted to originally.
Yeah.
And in this room, time and neglect have punched holes in the ceiling of this moldy room. It contains a few broken roof shingles amid puddles of water. In one corner, set into the floor, is a heavy wooden trapdoor held shut with the chain and a padlock. And you continue to hear a young man's screams, anguish screams, through the trapdoor.
Is there like a key anywhere like visible, or?
Make a perception check.
Okay. (16)
Looking around the room, there's, it seems like this room specifically has kind of been cleared out because of the water damage. So there's really nothing except for, debris, old roof tiles, rotted wood, maybe some trash that hasn't been taken out. You're not seeing a key.
Do I think I could potentially just break the padlock with like my weapon or my shield or something?
Go ahead and make a strength check.
Okay, just strength, not athletics.
Yeah, strength check.
Okay, cool. Ooh, 20, non-natural.
Okay, you successfully smash the lock off there. There is no way to put it back and make it look like you didn't do that, but you did do that.
Well, I'm doing a good deed, hopefully. So,
but the trapdoor stands there, seemingly swollen a bit in its frame, but it is now unlocked.
All right, so he said he was like diseased, right?
I think he said afflicted, and he said something about similar to creatures that have made marks on the door.
Okay, so all right, so he's like all right. I was hoping he had like a disease or something, but if he has he's like a fucking werewolf, then that'll be a problem. But regardless, I'm going to go down and check it out. I'll take out my shield and my sword just in case there's something going on with him, and then I'll also cast Sanctuary, like pre-cast Sanctuary on myself.
Okay. You try to pull up the trapdoor, and it seems like the water seepage in this room has swollen the wood into its frame. And you are just like with a quick tug, you're not able to just pull it up. Do you try to give it your full effort? Make a strength check. Another strength check.
Right. This time only a 13.
You barely do it. I think you kind of like yank and it doesn't quite go. Yank, doesn't quite go. Third yank and you're like, ooh, my shoulder doesn't feel good after that. And then put your like full weight into it and just pull it up. And kind of the sudden, like you're ever pulling on something that suddenly like breaks and it's just kind of the inertia. I think you just like fall on your ass.
I'm like, oh, fuck.
But you have the trapdoor open. While that is happening, outside, the funeral rites are being said. Ismark and Ireena both said some beautiful things about their late father. It was quite impassioned and moving. And Father Donovich says,
"Would anybody else like to say anything over the body?"
No, we're mostly here to help.
Yeah, we didn't know him.
Scout really wants to, but Sonny wouldn't.
Manu, you notice to the west, outside of the fence, kind of observing the funeral rites happening, there is a dark figure just kind of looking on. I think this figure is probably holding an umbrella, even though like it just kind of just standing there, mostly black, just kind of like shrouded in the shade of the umbrella, and you kind of can't really make out, but you do see that there's somebody just watching this funeral happen.
I do want to ask, which of you two was it that could cast ceremony for the funeral rite?
Pretty sure it's Ricky.
Yeah, it is Ricky.
Speaking of which,
Ricky.
You head down into there it is. You head down into the basement. The undercroft, as it were. You make your way here. It is dark in this room, but you do have dark vision, right?
Yes, I have dark vision.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Ooh, that's a nat 1. So 4 total.
Yeah, you don't really see anything. You kind of just like quick glance. There's all these, like pillars holding up the floor above you. They're skinny pillars. They're not like really blocking off your line of sight, but between just like a very quick cursory glance around, it being dark, a couple pillars obscuring your view, you're not really seeing anything in this room.
Ricky just calls out, "Hello, child. I'm here to save you."
You hear in a corner, "I smell your blood."
Okay, when he does that, I instantly cast light on my sword, so I have light down here.
You see in this corner this kind of emaciated, probably late teens, early 20s boy, kind of in ragged clothes and filthy. Let me drop that image. And as you cast light on your sword, this figure kind of steps back and starts crawling up on the side of the wall and then around the corner this way, and is about 8 feet up in kind of in the corner of the wall where the wall meets the ceiling, and is kind of hissing at you. It's just like, you have blood, give it to me.
Okay, so would Ricky know? I think this is a vampire. Then, if it's asking for blood, then would Ricky know? Ricky knows what a vampire is. He knows about Strahd, right?
Yeah, I think no roll is necessary to put 2 and 2 together on that. You're facing a vampire. I think at that moment, you also, when it's kind of whisper yelling at you, you see the fangs glinting off the light in your sword.
Okay, so I don't think healing hands can cure vampirism. But maybe we can have a sit down and talk about his feelings. So I say, child, before I give you my blood, I must ask, what is your name?
I am Doru, and I am starving!
And I think at that point, he starts lunging at you. Go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay. And by the way, he still, since I did precast Sanctuary, he needs to roll a Wisdom save to attack me.
Okay. That is a natural 1.
Okay, that is less than 12, so he can't attack me. He just has to look at me.
No, that was a natural 1 on initiative.
Oh, okay, got you. Trying to find where the initiative button is. I don't remember.
I think you right-click your token and add to initiative. But while that is happening, I think maybe Ricky Manu and Ismark start lowering the coffin into the grave, and you make pretty quick work of finishing the burial. And I think you're looking around, maybe Manu and Sunny notice Ricky hasn't come back from peeing, and we've been doing this for 15 minutes. And Tegan, you're probably, oh yeah, what the fuck was he up to?
I mean, given what we had been discussing and then his immediate egress, I'm pretty sure I can puzzle it together what he was going to do, but nevertheless, after 15 minutes, yeah, I'm worried.
Okay, so with the funeral rites over, I think you slowly start making your way back around to the front of the church so you could enter in. But before that happens, Ricky, what do you do?
So I'm still trying to get this dude to calm down. So I'm like, have any extra spells I can cast? Okay. Right now I'm going to. Okay, so then I'm going to cast on myself protection from good and evil, and I'm going to protect myself against undead. So that way he has disadvantage on attack rolls, and he against me. He can't charm me or do anything like that. Here, I'll post it in chat.
Okay.
And that's an action. So that's what I use my action on. And then I guess if I have like a free bonus action or like free object interaction, I'm like still trying to get him to calm down. So I'm like, look, I'm just here to help. It's okay. We can find a cure for your vampirism.
Okay, and that ending your turn, he's just gonna like blood-starved craze, like none of this is calming him down, and is gonna rush right up to you, and he has to make what kind of save to...
So first for Sanctuary, he has to make a wisdom save to even attack me, and then he has disadvantage. And it's just DC 12.
7 plus wisdom is 0, so nope. That's a natural 7. You said it was DC 12?
Yeah, DC 12.
Yep, no, so he can't attack you?
So I'm just... Yeah, I'm not going to make any attack against him so I don't break Sanctuary, so I'm just going to be like, look. Here, if I give you a little bit of blood, will you calm down?
Make a persuasion check.
It's a +4, baby. Ooh, that's a crit. That's a 24, baby.
Kind of frustrated and unsure of like why he lunged at you and just suddenly found himself like unable to attack you. And then in that moment you take, your chance to be like, hey, like I'll give you what you're asking for if you just calm down. He kind of like takes a moment to reassess. He's like, you offer blood willingly. Give it to me.
Okay. Just a little bit. I can handle losing a little bit of blood as long as it'll calm me down. And then I take blood from like a place that won't bother me. I'm sure they teach like anatomy in adventuring school. So I take blood maybe from I think like forehead probably might be pretty good since it's like pretty bloody, and then like I'm not using my forehead on anything like that.
I think you're explaining this kind of long-winded, like, well, you could do this, but only if you do that. And just, shut up and hold still. And he is going to grab you by the shoulders and like pull you in really close to the side of his face.
Buy me a dinner date first.
And it is going to bite you, and you take 5, 6, 7, 8 piercing damage plus 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 8 necrotic damage.
Oh my gosh! Okay, that was 16 damage.
Oof.
And
big bite.
It just like starts sucking on you, and you feel it like getting a little bit stronger, and you're starting to question whether or not it's gonna stop. The rest of you are about here-ish at this point. I want all of you to roll initiative.
Okay, when I see the party coming, I'm like, don't worry, he's only taking a little bit.
They're not there yet. They're just rolling initiative.
Oh, okay, okay.
Let's see. His mark, it's 19. Add to initiative.
Big rollers.
Ireena gets a natural 20.
Whoa! It's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's kind of crazy.
Over in chat, I rolled a 17. I can't just click the initiative because it's not correct for me.
You're not in the initiative right now, so just add. Oh wait, yeah, you are. Oh, okay, that's weird. You can't edit your tokens initiative at all?
I just did what I just did. I added myself into the initiative, and then I changed it from 0 up to 17. But if I actually click on the initiative, it doesn't count my Jack of all trades ability.
Oh, does that give you bonus initiative?
Mm-hmm.
You can
Is
just
that
add
from
it.
your D&D Beyond page, or?
Yep.
Oh.
Well, I did the dice roll in the chat, in the over here, because
Right, I see
I have no modifier on initiative, but it still says my initiative is -1. On my D&D Beyond page, my initiative is 0 because of Jack of all trades.
Well, then you can just add the 1 onto your 17, so you have 18.
I rolled a 17, which is what it is. I'm just saying.
Okay, gotcha.
I can't just click the initiative on table plop because it doesn't have, for any of my skills or ability checks, it doesn't have Jack of all trades.
This is a bit outside of my skill set, but I know you can edit the JSON file and do some pretty complex with the dice rolling parsing with like the brackets and functions. It's I feel like that's too much for me to figure out, but I know it can be done in the table plop.
Plus in the on your character sheet, like just where it says initiative, you can just change that to +0 instead of -1.
Where's the character sheet in table plop?
So like on the bottom left, on the top left, if you click your character,
Oh, okay. I didn't realize I could just do that. Well, I feel silly. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm also really stoked on this virtual tabletop because the Discord is super active, and it's like being developed by one person who's like really responsive when people need help or like report bugs or whatever. And it's like, I don't know, like I literally couldn't even figure out how to put a map on a map in Roll20. I couldn't figure it out how to do it. And then I found this one. I don't remember how I found this one because it's kind of like small still. But yeah, I was like, oh, this is easy. I could be a big dummy and not like spend a month learning how to use this before I start. I could just start clicking buttons and it kind of just works. But yeah, let's get us back to the top of round 3. And y'all are walking by. Ireena takes a little bit of movement. Tegan, you have your opportunity to take your turn. You're technically in initiative, but you don't know a battle is happening.
I'm mostly just going to move up to Ireena at this. Actually, I'm going to move between these two and whisper, Ricky's been gone a little too long, and I'm pretty sure he was going to be trying to check out the suspicious church. I'm trying to keep that quiet enough that only our group hears.
You could still use your movement and do that if you wanted to.
Okay, in that case, I'll then move up to be even with Ireena.
All right, Sunny, what do you do?
I don't know. I'll just follow Tegan. And be like, I'd kind of whisper like, "Oh shit, that's not good." What do you think we should do?
Okay, Ricky, what do you do? You are being, I almost said sucked off, but you are being bitten by this thing on your neck, and it is,
please,
you're starting to lose too much blood, you feel.
Okay. First off, how does the blood sucking feel? Is it like a hurting blood sucking, or is it like a is it like a nice? Does it feel nice?
This is not your kink. You are not enjoying this.
Okay. I say, all right, whoa, and I try to push him off me. Remember,
Okay.
I said only a little bit.
How do you contest a grapple check? Is it your strength versus my strength?
Or it's athletic. So whoever's getting grappled can roll athletics or acrobatics, and the person doing the grappling has to roll athletics.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll athletics anyway because it's better than my acrobatics. But
12 plus 3, 15. That's 15.
Oh, okay. I got 16.
Okay, you manage to push him off you and escape the grapple.
Okay, and that's an action.
He's looking like he's about ready to turn around and lunge back at you on his next turn.
If he does do it again, this time I'm not giving it to him willingly, so he'll have to go through Sanctuary and everything else again.
Yeah. But next up would be Manu. What do you do?
Can we hear anything that's going on from where we are?
Make a perception check with disadvantage.
Uh, 18.
18. When Ricky was kind of yelling out, no, too much, and like pushed him off. You didn't hear like clear as a bell, but like you thought you heard a raised voice coming from inside, and it didn't sound like the same screaming that you heard earlier.
I'll let everyone know. I'll be like, hey, something's happening inside. I think I can hear. I don't know if it's Ricky, but I hear somebody.
Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead and use your movement.
And I'll just kind of dash a little bit up to the door here.
Okay. Next up, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's my turn.
Okay. Next up would be Doru's turn. I'm sorry. Donovich was supposed to be initiative 5, and he's initiative 0. So next up is come on. Wait, no.
Papa Don.
Daddy Donnie.
Oh, well, that's fine. We skipped his turn too long ago. That's fine. And Ismark is 0 too. Why does that keep happening on tabletop? Anyways. So yeah, Ismark and Father Donovich, let's just retcon that during their turns. I don't remember what Ismark's initiative was, but let's just say it's 2. They just like move up to bring up the rear. Next up would be Doru's turn. He has to roll against your sanctuary. That's a natural 7. You said wisdom plus 0, so that's a 7. I don't think he resists. He's able to get around your sanctuary. I think he kind of just like lunges at you, and like your sanctuary keeps him at bay, and he kind of steps back 10 feet and starts to crawl up the wall a little bit, looking like he's ready to spring off the wall again at you. Next up would be Ireena. Would Tegan or Manu I think Tegan, you were specifically trying to be quiet, but Manu, do you think you were maybe obvious enough that Ireena or anybody else would be keyed in that anything's happening other than walking back into the church?
Oh yeah, I was letting everybody know. I wasn't just like whispering it to Scout or to Sonny and Tegan.
Okay, so Ireena is up next, and she's kind of like piqued by this like sudden frenzied attitude amongst the party. She kind of like gets up behind you and says, what's going on? What are we doing?
There's just I hear noises from inside. It's like our friend isn't around, so it might be him. It might be something else.
Okay. Next up would be Tegan's turn.
I got nothing else to do other than might as well catch up and pass Manu, dash into the church.
Okay. Let me hide a couple things real quick. Hide, and then basement, not visible. You are in the front door. You see that. No, you see all 4 doors open. Left, right, and then further up, left, right. All 4 doors were previously explored by Ricky. You see them all still hanging open. I think in Ricky's excitement, he probably didn't close a single door. Probably like very excited to go snooping, but hasn't had an opportunity to do much snooping. So you don't know well enough to like, well, if I move this thing, somebody might notice that it's been moved. So it's just like the books you picked up, they're just like not where you picked them up at.
Yeah, he was not trying to cover his tracks.
Well, since I came from this side, I would have just circled through the door, and this would be the first room that I'd check.
Okay, yeah, there's really not much in it except for a bed and a holy symbol on the wall. I think you look across the hall to your right, and you do see a trapdoor on the floor lying open. And I think at that moment you hear a hiss coming from beneath the floor.
Hello?
Okay, but that being...
Call out at that point.
Your action, Donovich is up next, and he's like, what the fuck is going on? Kind of huffing and puffing. And gets up 5, 10, 15, 20. Let's say he's very out of breath by the time he's gone 20 feet, and sees y'all in front of the church, and Tegan already going in, and it's going to use his actions. What is going on? And I think next up would be Sunny. Your turn. You got outpaced by Father Donovich somehow.
Sunny's gonna dash past everybody, following Tegan in, just kind of like yelling back at Kolyana and Father Donovich, like, "Oh no, Ricky fell in the toilet again. We gotta go get him." And then just like looking around. I guess I'll look in. If Tegan's over on that door, I'll go check out this one and look around.
You do see a trapdoor lying open in the far right-hand side of the corner.
Tegan, over here. There's a trap door. Tegan, there's a trap door over here.
Okay.
Hurry, please.
Your turn. Let's go back to the basement. And Ricky, it is your turn.
Okay, so this guy is clearly still coming after me. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to help. And, so I still don't really want to make any aggressive actions quite yet. So instead, I'll just kind of like, I might use my channel divinity to just try to turn him, because he's undead, right?
Yes.
Then I could just try to turn him and be like, try to scare him into like a corner or something. Yeah, I mean, like, why not? I haven't used my channel divinity yet, so I'm going to use channel divinity. So I basically put on okay, team's back. Okay, so I'm gonna put up my shield, and it's gonna have like a little like the lion crest of Mbube on the lion on the shield, and I'm going to use my channel divinity to turn undead, and so he has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save.
It's still DC 12.
That is a 14 plus 0, 14.
All right. Well, so basically, I'm like, I lift up my shield. There's like holy light coming from it, and I'm like, "Be back, vampire!" And he just kind of shrugs his shoulders, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's just like, he even leans closer to you using your spider climb to stay stuck to the wall, but he's like, instead of turning and running into the corner, just like leans closer towards you. But
it's like, well, shoot. Usually that works. And that was Ricky's action.
Manu, you would be up next.
Let's see. I'll 10, 15. And the trap door is still open.
Yeah, it's hanging open.
Okay, I'll head down there.
Okay. You see directly in front of you is the back of Ricky, and then in front of him you see this vampire spawn clinging to the wall and ceiling of this room.
Ricky, go upstairs, Ricky, and I'm gonna hold my action to cast Gust of Wind.
Okay. What would be the trigger?
As soon as actually, let's see. Yeah, as soon as Ricky runs by me.
Okay.
I don't want him caught in that.
Ismark would be up next, kind of like the last behind, kind of just like having a really shitty day. He just buried his father, kind of emotionally distant, maybe even like mentally distant. He's not really taken in what's going on, and he's trapped in his own head. But then it suddenly comes to on his turn. It's like everyone, including the out of breath Father Donovich, have basically jogged past him towards some sort of commotion, and he's like, "Oh, I'm slow on the pickup today," and he starts rushing 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 25 next to Ireena, and in between Ireena and Father Donovich is like, what is going on? And then Doru would be up next, and he's seeing Manu coming down the stairs. It's like, green one, I bet you still have blood. And jumps off the ceiling, and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 is going to make an attack. Oops, I moved the wrong token there. God. Jesus. Come on. There we go. It's going to make an attack against you, Manu, and that is 12 plus 6, 18.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, that is 2d4 plus 3. 1, 2, 5 points of damage 5 points of what is that? Slashing damage. Yeah. And then he's also going to turn around and take a second attack at you, Ricky, but he has to make, what's that, a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah,
And
wisdom
it's a
save,
6,
DC 12.
Plus 0. So again, fails, and it's like goes to make a claw attack against you and then just like stops.
Yeah. I think okay. Yeah, I think he can still choose a new target. So sorry, Manu. I'm pretty sure Sanctuary lets him choose a new target if he misses. He just couldn't choose a new target when I was the only one down there.
Yeah. Okay. So turning around, seeing his hands like not going, and then he like turns around to face you again and makes another claw attack, and that is a 9. Plus 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wait, what? 15.
That one misses.
Kind of swings wide, maybe catches the edge of your shell, but it does no damage. And that is Doru's turn. Ireena, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I just realized I don't think Ricky can actually go up the stairs now. Okay.
I mean, I could maybe call for like a check to get.
Yeah, like an athletic check or something.
You probably have to use your action to do it.
Yeah.
But next up,
the hit he landed on me, I lost the spell.
Oh, you have to make a constitution check or a concentration check for that?
Yeah, because okay. you hold it like you're concentrating, and if someone hits you, you have to make a check to keep it. But I lost it.
Okay.
Rip.
So Ireena being up next and kind of full of piss and vinegar is like, I don't know what's happening, but I must go see. And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 does not get into the basement.
Isn't she standing on top of Sunny now?
Next to Sunny. But Tegan would be your turn. I'm just gonna hide the basement real quick and hide these guys real quick. Yeah, Ireena comes in, kind of rushes past you real quick and into the door there.
How far is it down?
I think 15 feet down.
Okay, so it would be my full move to get to the bottom of the ladder.
And you would be either sharing a space with Manu or the vampire, because they are there and there respectively downstairs. If you wanted to use your action, I could say you could do something cool like vault over the railing and bypass the stairs entirely.
Let me rephrase that. From the square on this layer to the same square on the next layer, what's the distance? Like just to go through the trap door, not to
5,
move
10,
anywhere
15,
past
20,
it.
25 to get to the trap door, and then to get to where you are now, but just directly downstairs. There'd be probably 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 to get all the way around. Unless you wanted to use your action to skip the stairs.
I'm not trying to get past Manu and them. I'm literally just trying to get eyes on. So if I went here...
That's, I think 25 and then... Wait. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and then 30 to get directly behind Manu.
From here, do I see them both?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to survey the situation. When I see Doru, can I tell what it is?
Make a first make a perception check.
Do, do, do. 12.
You definitely see him there, in between your two allies. Go ahead and make a wisdom check or an arcana check.
I'll make Arcana checks since that's much better for me. Total 20.
Kind of knowing the tales that you've been told since you've been here, you were expecting this anyways, and you quickly see the incredibly pale and pallid skin, and I think you catch the glint of the light off of fangs and know that this is probably a vampire.
I'm just going to, at that point in time, say, okay, guys, come on, let's get out of here. And then cast Silent Image to make thick as pea soup fog cloud. Basically, the 15-foot cube sends her just to the left of Doru.
Okay. The center being there.
Yeah.
So
it
it's all
covers-
heavily obscured.
That's the idea. And it's just a thick as pea soup fog cloud.
Okay.
But it's much, much smaller than the actual fog cloud spell.
Basically, nobody in the basement except for Tegan can see anything except for what looks like cartoon poison smoke.
And then from where I am, can I actually move to the side back on the first floor?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you only took 25 feet to get there. So, yeah. The other 5 feet, yeah. You have movement left to do that.
Okay. And that's all I do then.
Donovich is up next. And he is going to start rushing in, knowing that something's up and wanting to defend his son. And while he's doing so, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, starts yelling, "Please, please, don't harm my son. Please, he's just a boy. I don't want him harmed." And that is going to end his turn. And Sunny, you are up. And where are you? There you are. You are still upstairs.
Okay. So am I the only one upstairs at this point?
You and Donovich, and Tegan is right next to you.
Okay, so Tegan is upstairs.
Yeah. You saw me pop down.
Donovich is
right
has
back up.
and then entered in the hallway behind you, and you heard him yelling out not to hurt his son. But yeah, you and Tegan are next to each other in the bedroom, this ruined room with the trapdoor. And the three tokens here, Doru, Ricky, and Manu, you are unable to see them because they're downstairs, and I haven't taken the time to hide them yet.
Okay. Cool.
And you heard me telling them it's time to get out of there.
Okay. And then you immediately got out of there.
Yeah.
So Paul, how did you get all of our tokens to snap?
It should be
snap to the grid.
Yeah.
I was just wondering.
It's a campaign setting.
Okay, cool. Because my party is like always putting it like exactly 50-50 on the lines.
Yeah.
You know,
are you also
part
using
of that?
tabletop?
I'm like, okay, I'm gonna move y'all. Yeah.
Yeah, if you click the
we do it
in
here,
the bottom right corner, I don't think you could do this on the map because you're not set as a DM. But the bottom right corner has like a little settings menu, and you would go to a thing like snap to grid, and then it's a toggle between campaign default, snap to grid, and free. So you could choose between them. And I think in your campaign page, you could set what the default is. I tend to do a lot of free placement like beforehand to set everything up in order. And then before this game, I switched it to snap to grid for ease of moving characters around.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Sunny doesn't know what the fuck is going on, but she's just trying to like, I don't know. She doesn't care about rando people, so she's just gonna go over here and shut the door and like brace the door against Father Donovan. Just like, nope, like get out of here. Like we're doing something.
Okay.
And I guess I'll yell that. Nope, bro, get out of here. We're doing something.
Okay. And with that, it would be Ricky up next. I do wish there was a slightly quicker way to do this. Show the basement and hide these three.
Okay. So everyone is telling Ricky to get the hell out of here. So I guess that's what Ricky's gonna do. So you said I guess he'll try to get an athletics check to just go around the Manu and the vampire.
Kind of jump up to the railing and try to clamber over.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and make an athletics check. Or an acrobatics check, your choice.
I chose athletics and I rolled a 14.
Okay, you basically, it's going to take all of the rest of your movement, but you do get over the railing and are there.
Okay. So then I think Manu can just move past me. I just count as difficult terrain for him.
Okay. And conveniently enough, Manu is up next.
Okay. Since Ricky's out of the way and I don't have my other spell, I'm gonna thunder wave the crazy dude.
Okay, is that me making a dexterity save, or do you...
Constitution save.
Constitution save. That is
DC 13.
Ah, shit. 14 plus con 3, 14, 15, 16, 17.
So he passes. So he takes 4 thunder damage. And I don't know if there are any like environmental things going on here, but the spell says, in addition, unsecured objects that are completely within the area of effect, which is a 15-foot cube, are automatically pushed 10 feet. So I don't know if, like, I actually didn't think this through. I don't know if this will cause, like, that area to collapse or anything.
I think the pillar here and here probably snap, and part of the floor above sinks a little bit. But you haven't, I mean, this is a decrepit old church. It's like, scratching up the paint of a beater car. You made it a little bit worse.
Yeah, he just kind of like, oh, I didn't think that through.
Okay, you defiled church, and up next would be Ismark, who is the last person outside, feeling really left out. It's going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and it's just on the other side of basically the doors right there, and Sonny is right there holding the doors closed, and Father Donovich is there, and he's like, what is going on? What are you doing? What's the meaning of this? I think looking at Father Donovich and how desperate he's getting, he probably feels a little bit guilty that he's brought people into his local church that are distressing the father so much. I think he's going to roll a strength check against Sonny holding the door, and that's a natural 3. I don't remember what his strength is.
Yeah.
That's a 4.
Well, I beat that.
Yeah, so you feel a little bit of a thud on the door behind you, but your stocky half-orc frame just like squared shoulders
Oh,
up
hell
against
yeah.
the door. Yeah, it's not really budging. And then next up would be Doru. And he is going to lunge at Manu and try to grapple you. That is a 13. 13. So yeah, go ahead and make a athletics check.
I fail. I rolled a 1.
Okay. And then while he has you in his claws, he kind of just like pulls you close and is going to attempt to bite you. Can't tell if he has to roll to hit if you're grappled.
Can't Manu turn undead too?
I think Manu can.
Maybe.
But as he bites you, that is 5, 6, 7, 8 piercing damage plus 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 necrotic damage.
Wait, sorry. What was the total damage?
It was 10 necrotic damage, and I already forget what I said the piercing damage was. Yeah, I already don't remember what I said.
You can re-roll it.
That is 1d6 plus 3. That is 6 plus 3, 9. So that's 19 points total.
Okie dokie.
HP goes
Clearly, this guy's not understanding the concept of enough. You're just taking what you need.
And where the hell is Ireena? That's Sonny. That's Tegan. That's Ismark. That's Donovich. Where the hell did Ireena go?
She's under Sonny.
Under Sonny.
Weird.
No. Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so Ireena, I forgot, I guess, was already in that room. And is kind of, what are you people doing? No one asked you to do this. The people asked you specifically not to do this. But isn't going to do anything with her action. And Tegan, you are up next.
I'm waiting for the guys to come up so I can... I'm waiting for the people that are downstairs to come up so I can close the door.
Okay.
I'm just going to...
You want to hold action triggered when both Manu and Ricky are upstairs, you slam the door shut?
Yeah, and otherwise I'm just going to maintain the heavy obscurement that's down there.
Donovich is up next. He's just going to stand next to Ismark and plead with him to stop you all. And then Sonny, you are up next.
Hey Tegan, should I keep holding this door? What do you think?
I think we're waiting for them to come upstairs and get out of there.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. No fucking clue. Hey, I guess I'll just keep holding the door while yelling some more of it. Hey, father, what's down here?
Okay,
Give
Ricky.
me one good reason why I should let you in. I guess that's one.
Ricky, you would be up next.
Okay,
you
so
are just like right next to the exit.
So Manu is being grappled right now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
If I shoved the guy, would he stop grappling Manu if I moved him away?
I'd say make contested strength checks.
Right.
You would be with a disadvantage because you're trying to do that through Manu.
Well, since he's grappling Manu, aren't they sharing the same square?
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
That was back in 3.5.
Is it not anymore?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Well, then in that case, I don't think I can push him then.
The grappler feat, if you have them pinned, you can enter their square and co-occupy, but that's it.
Okay.
With the feet specific.
Okay. Well then, could I provide help to his? Okay. All right. I don't know. I feel like we might just have to attack this guy. This guy's clearly. I don't know if we can. We tried therapy. He wasn't really into it. All right. Shoot. The thing is, Manu is right there. All right. So I can't hit him through Manu. I don't think, but I can try to
If you wanted to give Manu advantage on his contest, I could say maybe over Manu's shoulder, you're just pushing the chin of this vampire up to where his neck is so far back it's hard for him to even open his mouth, much less do anything else. And that would probably make it twice as easy for Manu to get away.
Yeah. So then I'll help Manu on his next grapple or his next escape attempt or whatever he does next.
All right. Ricky uses the help action on, and Manu's turn is next.
And I am definitely going to try and escape from said grapple.
Okay, contested athletics check. That is an 8. Plus 3, 9, 10, 11.
I got a 23.
All right, you are able to just push him off you so hard that he actually backs up another 5 feet, kind of stumbling onto the ground, and you are no longer grappled.
That was my action, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, nuts.
But you do still have your movement.
Yeah, I'm gonna 5, 10, and I'm gonna climb out.
Okay. Ismark is next, and he's not really able to do much. But he is going to try to push open the door once more. That is a 16 plus strength. 17. No, that's Ireena. 17 against Sonny. Make a strength check.
It's 18.
All right, yeah, you manage to keep it closed. Maybe like it budges a little bit more this time. You're actually a little bit startled that your shoulders lurch forward for a second. It's like, oh, maybe I should actually brace myself. But that's Ismark's turn, and Doru is next, and he's gonna start trying to run up.
He's in full fog. Because the center of it is
right. The center of it is like here, I think.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yep. So when he starts his turn there, he's in full fog and on the far side of it. He might not even know which way they went.
He does know, I'm going to say without making him roll wisdom or anything, like the stairs are there. Like he knows that on the other side of this is like a pretty, like a 1 square wide corridor. So kind of blindly leaping through the fog is chasing after Manu and Ricky. Does he still have to save against...
if he attacks Ricky, I think because Ricky has not made any hostile movements yet, he just escaped the grapple and he's used his help action. So I think it wouldn't break Sanctuary, but I don't know. That's probably up to you. Okay, well that's enough anyway. So you can attack me.
So yeah, it's going to make 2 claw attacks
against
you.
Although I will say both have disadvantage because I've also cast protection against good and evil, like at the beginning.
Right. So disadvantage, 2 attacks. That's an 8 and a 3. So I guess that one fails. And then that is a 7 and a 4. So both of those fail.
I'm like, control yourself.
Swipe, just kind of scrapes up the front of your armor, which like almost looks dirty for a second, and then you remember you've got special armor, and then it just never looks dirty.
Oh yeah, baby.
And then that ends Doru's turn. Ireena would be up next, but she doesn't have any actions. Then Tegan would be up next, and you are there. You are there, and you are there. And you could only see Manu, who has just come through the trap door. You see his head poking out, and he's starting to step out.
Dripping blood.
I am once again going to repeat, come on, guys, get out of the tunnel.
I am once again requesting you leave the basement.
Pretty much, yeah.
Are you taking any other actions?
I'm once again going to hold for dropping the door when they're both out.
Okay. Donovich is up next, and he's, please, you hear him, the 4 of you now that are in this room, the 3 of you plus Ireena could hear Father Donovich, please, Ismark, stop them. I don't want them to hurt my child. But that's all he's doing. And Sonny, you're up next.
I'm gonna keep holding this door.
Okay.
Sonny still has no fucking clue what's going on, so she's just gonna plant.
Ricky, you would be up next.
All right, Ricky's going to leave this dude's attack range and get upstairs.
All right, he's going to make that wisdom save to see if he could. That's a 15 plus 0.
Yeah, that's enough.
Okay, so he's going to make 1 opportunity attack against you. You said disadvantage. Oh, well, that's a 4.
Yeah.
So.
Well, maybe he rolls
again and see if it's a 1.
Yeah, let's see.
2.
Okay.
2 with disadvantage. That's a 2 plus. It doesn't have plus 6, so an 8 still doesn't hit you. Okay, that is your turn. Dory was doing that as a reaction. Are you using your movement to kind of like bully your way past Manu and upstairs?
Yeah. I'm just going upstairs. Yep. It's gonna be like Pardon me, Manu. You're as slow as a tortoise.
I mean, he's the one with a mobile feet. I don't know if...
Yeah, he's actually quite the quick turtle.
All right, so Ricky, when you come upstairs, Tegan, who's been just like waiting several turns, like, come on, y'all, get out of the basement, let me close this door. Make a strength check.
Whom? Me?
Yeah, Tegan.
Well, that's just going to go great. I can tell you that. D20 -1. Roll. Oh, wow.
Oh, you
A
barely
7.
do it. Okay. So as you are slamming the door, you hear this frantic screaming and scurrying up the stairs. And like literally the moment that you get the trapdoor closed, you feel it lurch from under you. Some force trying to push it up. In fact, I think you get your whole body weight on top of it. It probably unsettles you and knocks you prone, to where you're basically splayed on the ground at Manu's feet. And I think Manu's probably helping you keep this closed. But everybody is out of the basement, and you manage to not let the creature escape. We could see what happens when you stop standing on the door, because there's no lock there anymore.
Well, my bad.
But I am going to go ahead and drop us out of initiative, and we've been playing for about 2 hours. Y'all want to take your first break, or the break?
Sure.
Sure.
Sweet.
Okay.
Well, it's 8:12. Let's say, like, try to be back before 8:30.
Okay.
Like a couple minutes before.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
See y'all in a bit.
Okay, bye.
So how do you think this scene plays out?
I think we're gonna kill this guy.
Rocks fall, everybody dies.
I guess at this point, Sunny opens the door and pretends like she didn't know they were trying to get in. like not verbally, but just like body language, like, "Oh, what? You were there?"
Oh, sorry, I was just leaning.
All right, yeah, you're all there. So, trying to fast forward this a little bit, because I think it's convoluted how this would work. Basically, since Ricky smashed the lock, that door is not going to hold that vampire down there, unless somebody is standing on this door. I think after a few minutes of agitated and out of breath conversation and stern lecturing from the father, who's very upset with you, Ismark rushes to the local mercantile at the request of Bildrath and probably spends way too much money on another lock to come back and lock the trapdoor, which Father Donovich is kind of pleased with because he had lost the key to the previous lock. So he had not been down there for some time. But y'all really pissed off a holy man while you were supposed to just be attending a funeral. And that's how that played out. But
I feel like a holy man pissed us off.
Yeah.
That's how I interpret that situation.
Okay, so as you are all departing, I think Sunny is being particularly snobbish about it. It's like, well, you know, yes. I think it was your bad, my holy dude.
Well, where I'm from, it is mostly a secular country.
Where I am from, we burn the churches. So it's late enough in the day that Ismark is definitely recommending you not hitting the road with as little daylight as you have left, especially since it's going to be a long trek. Ireena still has to prepare because this is a little bit sudden. She just met you all last night and didn't realize she was just going to be leaving. So y'all have the rest of the day to maybe if you want to stop back by the mercantile to pick up any more supplies, or if you want to stop by the tavern for some drinks, or if you're mostly just gonna head back to the burgomaster's mansion.
I want to ask Father Donovich if how did he said his son had like an adventurous spirit or whatever, and that's how he got afflicted. What exactly does that mean? How does being adventurous turn into a vampire?
I think Father Donovich at this point is like thankfully getting you out of the church and closing the door on you as you're like, wait, one more thing. You got to tell me about this shit. So,
oh, yes. We do not get outsiders from these lands too often. But occasionally they do travel to our lands from the mists. One such of these people traveled through our village a bit more than a year ago, and he found himself an enemy in the devil that lives in the castle above us. He rallied some of the village people. My son was among them. Most did not return. The ones that did were changed. Most were slain, but I have hidden my son in this basement for over a year now, keeping constant prayer to the Morning Lord that he might cure him of the affliction, and I may have my son back.
Would Tegan know of any way that it could be cured?
Make an Arcana check.
I'm not sure if that's a greater restoration thing or a resurrection thing or a it ain't happening thing. Arcana. Pretty sure Tegan has less of an idea than I do. Yeah, Tegan don't know shit. That's
yeah,
a
you're
total
trying to
of not.
rack it up in your brain based on what you've studied in school or based on what you might have heard out of Ricky or Manu's studies. But yeah, you're not remembering. You're definitely nothing you have currently.
Okay.
After we leave, some time passes, and Manu would actually he'd go back to the church and apologize for everything that happened, especially having a hand in destroying part of the church.
Which Father Donovich has not probably seen the underside, but he might have noticed this extra sagging floor.
Hit the floor.
I see you carry a holy symbol as well, and you are one of faith. May that guide you through these lands and help you to guide those among you away from...
And he kind of looks back into the chapel in his church and the sagging floor.
Foolhardy decisions. Now, please leave.
I tell him that if we come across any churches on the way, I'll see if any of them have any troubles, and we'll try to help more of the holy people here. Kind of help the churches regain some ground, because it looks like they've lost a lot. And I'm also going to give him a dream cake.
Oh, thank you, but no, as much as I wish for an escape, I fear I have seen the addictive qualities firsthand in my church patrons. I do not partake. But as your reference to other church, young Master Ismark tells me you are planning to escort Ireena away from here and towards safety. Might I recommend what is said to be a bastion of good and fortified of the hills of Kresk, the Abbey of St. Markovia, or on your way there in the fortified town of Valaki, you could find the Church of St. Andral. A holy man resides there, and he is good to his people.
Okay, I'll see if he needs any help. Well, what do you mean addictive? It's just a cake.
I have seen patrons become, how do I say, slaves to the escape that the cakes provide, willing to give too much for just one more escape. I do not blame my patrons for seeking an escape from the dreariness that is to be had here, but I offer only prayers to the morning Lord.
Okay, well, okay, that's fine. And I'll go ahead and leave him be, and on the way back to the burgomaster's house, I'll have like half a cake.
Okay. So y'all start making your way back.
Making my way downtown.
The burgomaster's house. If anyone, sorry, I got a little distracted there. Manu, as you are passing the tavern again, in the corner of your eye, and then you kind of double take to like look at his source, and you don't see anything, but like for a moment you catch like the corner of a cloak ducking behind an alley, the bright same color bright blue cloak that you'd seen tailing you earlier.
I'll check out the alley just a little bit. I'm not gonna really go in, but I just want to see if I can catch him, like at least see him there.
Okay, make a perception check. It's a natural 20.
No, that's a 9.
Yeah, you look down the alley, you see cat scampering off away from some rubbish in the distance.
I just like scream, "Leave me alone!" down the alley, and then I quickly shuffle back to the burgomaster's house.
Okay. As you pass by the 2-story mansion that you all are still hearing crying from, Manu, specifically as you pass by, you see the hole that you created in the door the day before, and you had left a pastry on the inside of the door. You look over and you see this, and you hear like kind of a scuffling noise by that corner of the door, and out quickly pops a dark black and kind of heather gray speckled, basically like a Scottish terrier, and it runs up to you all who are walking down the street, and specifically up to your leg and kind of circling around you and kind of yip, 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 and kind of like circling around your feet as you're walking down the street.
What is it? What do you want? I only have cake.
Burk, burk. And it's kind of following you. And Ismark looks back and is like, Lancelot, no, go home. And the dog kind of like barks at Ismark and kind of just like is keeping up with your group as you're walking towards the burgomaster's mansion.
Whose dog is this, Ismark?
I believe this is Mary and Gertruda's dog. They live in the 2-story house just down the way.
Oh, the one with all the crying in it coming from it?
Ireena kind of chuckles a little bit. Is like, yes, that is the one. And then she kind of stops chuckling and kind of sighs and looks like guilty for having giggled at that.
Do you know what's going on with them?
Ismark kind of sighs and says, I do not think it is my business to discuss.
But we are adventurers. If there are any personal problems people might have, we are there to solve them for an appropriate fee.
Make an insight check.
Okay.
He's a bit selfish, but he makes a point.
All right. Well, one sec. Okay, 10.
All right, he rolled an 11, and I can't find his modifier.
No! Curses.
Such fine print.
Well, if he might not have like an insight skill bonus, so it might just be his wisdom.
Which is -1.
Oh, okay.
So
then
you
it's
tie.
up. Okay.
Does that work like AC? Where if
so
you tie, it goes to the insight checker.
I'd say just DMs, whatever the DM wants.
Yeah, I don't know how to say this in a way that doesn't make sense, that would only make sense in like a video game logic. Like, you sense that exactly this happened. So you sense that he definitely knows the story and just like has he has a specific reason for not telling you other than just it not being his business.
My friend, we are adventurers. You trust us to protect your sister in her journey to escape the Devil's Shroud, but you don't trust us with this information on a neighbor? We can help her too.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh yeah, baby, that's what I wanted. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I got an 8.
Okay. He says the woman is just mad. We call her Mad Mary. It's not very nice, I suppose, but there it is. She's just a sad life. I do not think there's anything you could do to help her.
Well, who's the other person you mentioned? You said the dog belonged to 2 people.
Oh, Gertruda. That would be Mary's daughter. So anyways, are we getting back to my house? We should probably prepare for the road ahead. You're taking my sister, yes, to safety?
Is Gertruda, is she mad too?
No, it's just...
Where is she?
I do not know where she is. And
She's just...
So she's not living at the house.
Make another persuasion check.
Why are these people being so secretive? 15 this time.
Okay. He kind of sighs, and then he says, Gertruda, well, I guess she ran away some weeks ago. And Mary has taken it very hard. She fears for what will happen to her daughter. She's always been, shall we say, overprotective, to put it lightly. But yes, she has been crying non-stop for weeks. It's very loud and annoying, to be honest, but I cannot help but sympathize in a strange way. She has lost her daughter, her only daughter.
Well, no offense, but given the state of the village, I can kind of understand the motivation behind this girl.
I think Ireena chuckles at that point.
Oh,
We should try and visit her before we leave. Visit her again.
oh yeah, we tried. She really didn't want to meet us.
Well, it was just the door. We could try the door again.
Okay.
Hey.
So yeah, me and you, Ricky, we can get the door open together.
I don't know. I don't want to really break into the house of a.
It'll be fine. It's not like her house is all scratched up like everyone else's.
Yeah,
It's just a ruin like everyone else's.
I think there's a bit of a moral dilemma if we're like forcing somebody to get like help, you know. Like,
Okay, we will break into this woman's house and we will force ourselves to help her.
I will force feed her a dream pie.
Yeah. You'll get help. It's the last thing I do. Well,
Okay, but you make your way back to the burgomaster's mansion. Think there might be some discussion about the road ahead and what preparations you need to make.
I'm pretty ready as it is. I got my stuff prepared. I got a little security system ready.
oh, you just need some.
I think Ireena probably has like a whole closet's worth of stuff strewn out across the table, and she's packing it. And Ismark is like, no, you could send for things. It's important to get you to safety. You do not need to pack every single thing you own.
Are we walking, or is there a carriage or like a cart?
I'm sorry, but you could not find that in this village. On foot is your best bet unless you brought alternatives with you.
Nope.
Oh, okay. So pack light.
These boots were made for walking.
And he turns back to Ireena. It's like, my point exactly, Ireena.
I mean, we'll wait for, at the very least, Tegan's just going to wait for her to be ready.
So were we setting out today, or were we going to wait another night?
I would prefer one more night. It would behoove you to set out at first light because travel is not safe at night, and spending the night is very risky unless you have a safe place on the way, which I cannot think of one. You will probably need to find a place for shelter one night as it is. That is if you leave at first light.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
That's good.
Okay.
Ireena is still like sorting through things, kind of shuffling things from one pile to the other, like take leave. And Ismark is like, you're not even sure where you're going. I could keep your things safe. It is not an issue. It's like, but what if I need a thing?
A thing?
You have things because you like them or you need them, and sometimes you are out somewhere and you're just like, oh, it'd be useful if I had that thing that I have, but I don't have now. You've never experienced this?
I guess.
Take
Not
this
really
for
something I
example. Was
worry
my
about.
father's, and she shows you like a grappling hook. And it's like, I don't
Ooh,
even have a rope for this, but you never know when you need such a thing. And kind of looks at it for a moment and is like, puts it in the pile to her right-hand side.
Are we going to be climbing any tall walls?
I mean, not that I know, but be prepared for everything.
Then the grappling hook stays here.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm very sure.
Okay. And she picks it up and puts it over to another pile to the left.
Bear in mind, whatever you decide to pack, you're going to have to carry all the way to where we're going.
That is a good point. And kind of sighs and is still looking at it on the table. And kind of looking at the pile in the middle. Like, what else can I afford to not take with me?
Most of it. Pack some clothes, pack some shoes, pack some food. Other than that, I think that's
and
it.
Ismark chimes in. He's like, yes, I have a few days rations for you. Ireena, if you wouldn't mind saving a little room in your pack, I could send you with some food.
Tegan will try to help her conserve space, given Tegan has experience being hyper freaking weak and having to manage how much she can actually carry. But also, Tegan will be willing to put some stuff into the craftsman fanny pack. Like, just to help carry the load. And because currently has space that's not being used. So why not use it to help haul for our ward?
So, should I take the grappling hook then?
Oh, take whatever you want.
I mean, if you have room in a bag that won't weigh more, you never know.
It won't weigh more, but it still does take up space, so we still have to keep in mind what our limits are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have a really big backpack, that'll just help train your calves better, so it's a win-win anyway.
Because, yeah, I have some stuff in that fanny pack at this point, but it's mostly being used to carry the healing kits.
We're supposed to be escorts, not couriers, so just take what you can carry.
I think she's looking down at her table and just like reluctantly picking up more things from the right pile and putting them on the left, and more things from the center pile definitively being put into the left. And she's left with mostly just like maybe 4 days worth of clothes and like a extra like warm layer, bedroll, and probably a handful of other things that you're rolling your eyes at. But she's still looking over at the grappling hook and a couple of the items to the pile on the left. She's like, I don't know. I still think I could fit. And Ismark, I think at that point is like, but more importantly to the task at hand, do you have any way of helping my sister to be unseen or perhaps disguised, or I don't know, what precautions can you take to keep my sister safe on the road?
I mean, I have a disguise and makeup kit, but I'm not terribly good with it.
Let me see.
I can disguise myself, but I can't really disguise someone else too well.
Just wear like a hood or something, you know?
Yeah, you're just gonna have to go disguised. I don't think we're magically gifted enough to conceal you.
Maybe get a haircut? Huh?
I mean, if you want to, I have a like a magic tattoo that you could use.
I was just gonna say, that's for disguise self, but maybe one of us could disguise ourselves as her to even further like throw suspicion off of her.
I think Ricky should do that.
Well, if you can disguise me, sure.
Well, I think isn't it just disguise self?
Mm.
So it'd have to be
which
either me or
Manu
Manu.
and Sunny both have
Yeah.
masquerade tattoos, which do that. Which, by the way,
I was gonna just
how
actually,
that
no,
works
never
in the
mind.
raw, the magical tattoos in the raw, it's like doesn't make sense to me, and I'm gonna make it work a little bit different. The TLDR version is that it doesn't take up one of your attunement slots, and you also like don't lose that tattoo unless you like intentionally remove it.
Okay.
So I think like in the raw, it's like the magical item is the actual needle, which you attune to yourself by like stabbing it. And then like if you lose attunement, then you just magically have a needle. And both of those things don't make sense to me. So basically, your tattoos aren't taking up an attunement slot. And you basically won't lose those tattoos and have them turn into a needle that you could turn into another like that's not how that works. If you magically remove or surgically remove those tattoos, then you just lose the tattoo. So yeah, that's my rant on
Cool. No,
forgetting to cue you
very
in
good
on
to know.
tattoos. Because that is technically not how it, like if you're relying on
it technically is
definition of the source book, I'm straying from that a little bit because I don't think that makes sense. But also, more to the point, you, I believe, can only use that on yourself.
Yeah, disguise self spell.
Yeah,
which I think Ireena looks at you and Manu and kind of like catches herself staring for probably uncomfortably too long again. And it's like, yes, and if you can do that to yourselves, no offense, it's you're quite green and bizarre looking. Folks may not always be too kind to that.
Oh, so we should both do it?
I mean, not cool. Disguise yourself as me. I think that kind of defeats the purpose of keeping me hidden. Now you're just like three me's. but the more
Three
human.
me's is better than one.
But what we could do is, I might not be all that good at it, but it doesn't seem like we have many other options, is I can spend some time tonight working with you to try and work up some manner of disguise for you with my kit.
I mean, yes. What do you think you could do? Also, one of you mentioned the haircut, and I really didn't like that idea at first. But now that I'm thinking of it, I maybe could use a change. And she's looking at your hair, Sunny, and she kind of has a similar shade of red hair. Her hair is a little bit darker red, and I think yours is a little more brighter orange.
It's bright.
But you just kind of eyeballing your hair, and kind of just eyeballing all of your aesthetics individually. And it's I maybe could use the change. If any of you have good suggestions, I could consider it.
Can we give her just thinking of red hair? Can we give her Blanca hair? From Street Fighter?
Is that which street? Is that the green guy that does this with the red chest hair and kind of almost like Dragon Ball Z hair?
Uh-huh. I think that she'd like that look.
I think she's I do not
Very
understand the
different from what she has
reference,
right
but if perhaps you could show me what you mean.
Oh wait, I use my masquerade tattoo to I make a tattoo of what Blanca looks like. Not Blanca, but
okay.
That's the easiest way for me to describe it.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion +4. Natural 20.
That's actually kind of hilarious. And Ismark looks mortified. And he's God, Ireena, this was the first thing. They might have a better idea. This looks ridiculous. And she's yes, I know it looks ridiculous, but hey, my life is ridiculous. Look at me. Look at what this fucking devil up there in this castle has an interest in me of all reasons. I don't know why. And why not embrace the ridiculous?
I will say that while I can do, I have basic wig work and dyes. It's just manic panic, so it won't last too long. But we can definitely get that to work for now. For a few days. Unless you wash it out.
I think that's all we need, right?
Yeah.
Ismark, do you really hate it that much? And Ismark is Ireena, whatever you want to do. The bright orange does not seem to me to maybe help you blend in, but... And he kind of looks at the tattoo on your arm. It's that certainly doesn't look like you, and perhaps it might even be enough to make the devil lose his interest. I don't know. But...
And I just want to actually kind of point out that when making a disguise, actually being completely under the radar is against the point. If you try to make it too obvious that you're trying to avoid detection, that actually makes them look more closely, and it makes them see through the disguise. I'm just explaining this to him. Whereas, if you make a disguise where you stand out, where you're flamboyant, where you wear all of yourself completely differently, they notice the character and not what you're trying to make them not notice.
So you're saying the more ridiculous I look, the less I'll stand out?
Well, you'll stand out, but you won't be noticed for being who you are.
And she kind of looks at Ismark and says, see, these people clearly know what they're doing. And if they say I look like this this tattoo character with the ridiculous hair, I do not love it. I must admit, that does look so stupid. But life is stupid, so what the hell?
Plus, let's face it, if you're trying to go completely incognito in our group, and she looks around at our group, that's going to really stand out in the wrong way. Whereas if you're the most flamboyant and ostentatious of our group, looks around at our group, you're going to fit right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not that flamboyant.
Tegan then changes her armor to be something a bit brighter of color. Still the same color scheme, but just closer to neon. Like,
Okay, and I think the sun has pretty much been setting while this conversation is taking place. And you all are kind of just like settling in, probably eat at some point. Welcome to come and go from the guest rooms that you were shown. But unless y'all are having further conversation amongst yourselves, go ahead and gain the benefit of a long rest before the next morning.
go back. Okay.
And I think, again, when you all... sorry, I didn't have this prepared, but the three of you that had spoopy dreams earlier continue to have spoopy dreams, but they're less specific and not pre-narrated. Manu, you again have very, very pleasant dreams, just like filled with contentment and satisfaction, and these like vivid and like warm feelings, or like I feel like I'm misusing the word visceral here, but like you feel like you're there. And once again, you wake up in probably a shittier mood than you did the day before, and you're probably, everybody else is up and kind of getting ready to go downstairs. You're hearing the clink of dishes and forks on china, and you're kind of just like holding your pillow. Like, I think you cry a little bit. You just like, not like weeping, like ugly crying, but you like definitely make a small like little tear spot on the pillow when you reluctantly are the last one to rise and join everybody downstairs. And Ireena says, you're up. Are we ready to go? Is there anything else we should prepare for, or should we just hit the road? And she kind of looks back. She still has, like, you were kind of eating breakfast on one side of the table because a bunch of her shit is still on the other side of the table, and she's kind of like running her finger along one of the hooks of the grappling hook, and she says, I think I may still have room for this.
I doubt it.
The grappling hook?
Yeah,
Hey, if you love that grappling hook, then keep it. You know? If you want it, Then take it.
Oh, did y'all cut her hair?
Oh, I assume she's going to do it herself.
The night before, I didn't get to it. I just railroaded over y'all going to sleep. But like the night before, I imagine one of y'all cut her hair because she agreed to it.
Yeah.
I mean, on the one hand, yes. On the other hand, the disguise kit includes basic wig work stuff. So I could put something over her hair. We don't actually have to cut her hair. But cutting...
I was just going to cut it.
Yeah. Let Sunny cut it.
Like, I think Sunny, like, was, like, low-key a little insulted that nobody liked the hair idea. Because for Sunny, it's, like, very cool hair. So she's just like,
how about
whatever. Like,
Sunny and Tegan make
we can like tag team
initiative rolls, and whoever rolls the highest gets their way.
I
Sunny.
No, I love this.
I think like so. Sunny's like quick to cut, and Tegan's trying to say, "Oh, but you don't have to." Who does that first?
Well, I got a 12 there.
Let's see. Where am I? Ew, I got distracted. Yeah, 6.
Okay, so like Sunny, you're just like real quick. You have your rapier out. You're just gonna like snip it real quick, like like macho style, just fucking slicing hair off, like no scissors, nothing. And then Tegan's like, quick, no. Like I can make this happen without a permanent. And I feel like, yeah. Just stops it from happening. So you are able to maybe style one of your wigs to look like, consulting with Sunny, like who's probably disappointed that she didn't actually get to cut the hair.
Yeah.
You're
I'm kind of
being
just like oh, okay.
If I don't get to cut it, I'm going to tell you exactly how to style this wig.
So would that give me advantage on the disguise kit use check?
Sure, I'd say that helps.
Because there is a check for it. Oh, and it's a nat 20.
Nice.
This wig looks so damn good.
Yeah, she looks like she's going super Ginger Saiyan. And just like that doesn't look like Ireena. To the point where I think the next morning when you all do walk downstairs, you like see her, and like Manu, when you walk downstairs last, and she's like, "Oh, you're finally up." You're like, "Who the fuck is?" Oh, right, you did that wig thing last night. Okay, cool. Yeah,
Oh my
that
God,
works.
it's
That
hideous.
works. That totally works. I mean, it doesn't work, but like, she's not necessarily making it work, but it is not Ireena.
Like the wig is making her work.
Yeah, right. But yeah, and she's like, y'all are eating downstairs. You're kind of like crammed off to one side because she still has like a bunch of shit that she didn't pack, like hogging room on the table. But yeah, I think the last thing was y'all were getting ready to head out, and Ireena was like lovingly fingering the side of her grappling hook, like kind of reluctant to leave it. But it's like, okay, I suppose. Y'all are walking down the road. I think Manu, you wanted to try one more time to stop at Mad Mary's townhouse.
Yeah, if nobody minds, we can try that one more time.
Okay. You go ahead and
I know. We have to, but if nobody minds, we could.
Oh,
We can
anybody
yell through
in
the door,
there?
but
Just
not
not
like
if you can hear.
make a big rush.
porch of the burgomaster's mansion, kind of like perked up as soon as you stepped out of the house and started like trotting as you walked out. And as you come up to the Manu, your feet, I'm imagining you're the one kind of like plumps down, like kind of resting on your feet, and kind of has its chin inside the hole in the corner of the door. In the like a slow and reluctant at your feet, kind of perks up and like wags its tail, looking in, and then like the stairs, kind of like hears the steps creaking on the wooden floors, coming closer to the door, and then kind of stops, and then kind of locks unshackling, and then like opens G. Door you, and then she says, "Yes, who are you?"
Well, we heard that something had happened, and that's why you were sad. We could hear you crying, so I just wanted to offer our help if we could help you at all.
My daughter, she escaped. I haven't seen her, and I'm afraid something bad has happened to her.
Well, like what happened?
Well, she's a frail and delicate. I usually don't let her out. But she got out, and she hasn't come back. I don't. Can you find my daughter? Her name is Gertruda.
How old is your daughter?
She's just a little girl. Kind of sniffs and looks down at the dog.
We'll find Gertruda. Don't you worry.
Ireena kind of like looks. She's not on the porch. She's probably like on the street watching this happen, but kind of like if anybody glances back to see Ireena, she's kind of like eyeballing Mary after her last statement. But Mary continues on. She's like, I want her to know. I need to know she's safe. I need her home. I need her to stay home. She needs her mama.
Okay. Well, what does she look like? If we find her, we can tell her that you're worried about her.
Oh, well, my daughter, she has brown hair and brown eyes. She's an angel, really.
That's actually kind of non-specific. Any defining features?
Well, she has a very innocent look. She can be naive and, well, I'm afraid she might have gotten herself into trouble.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out. We'll try to find her.
Thank you. Please, I miss her dearly. I'm so afraid for her. She needs to be home with her mama.
All right. Well, we're heading off now, so we'll be in touch.
And I think as you're leaving, the dog is kind of like hesitating on the threshold of the door and not necessarily wanting to go back in. And Mary has closed the door behind you. You know, because the dog got out that way, that the dog could get back into the porch or in through the hole in the door that you created, but is not necessarily going, and kind of just like watching you and whimpering as you leave.
How big did you say the dog was?
It's like a Scotty Terrier.
I'll carry it.
Yeah. Okay, so Lancelot actually looks very pleased at this, like wagging tail, kind of like, how do you carry it? Just like under the arm? Do you have it shoulder dog, or you latch it to a satchel, or make a sling in the backpack?
For now, just kind of like against my chest.
Okay, it's very sweet.
And then eventually I'll come up with a more creative way to carry it.
Okay. Well, now your party has gained a dog, and you're escorting Ireena, and you head east out of the town on the Old Svalich Road. And check where it is. Right. Okay. So as you're heading out of town, you're maybe walking like not even 30-ish minutes, and already Ireena is like, well, this is the farthest from Barovia I've ever been.
The same here.
Well, but you've been much further away from Barovia. What do you mean? I would have noticed you if we grew up in the same place. You stand out.
Whoa, what's that supposed to mean?
I don't stand out that much.
He is wide and green. What do you want me to say? His back has a shell. I don't mean... I think you look fascinating, to be honest, but, you know, it draws the eye.
Well, where we come from, we don't say wide. he's just a little thick.
Shelly.
A little shelly, yeah.
Thick. Now, how many C's do you spell that with?
Usually 2 C's, 3 maybe if you're feeling generous. Oh, 5 sometimes as well.
I think that's applicable when, oh lord, he's coming.
I think so, yeah. I remember that from class.
Well, anyways, this one is, well, these both ones are green. This one is, as you say, thick, and this one has the tusks. Or fangs, what do you say? What do you call this?
Teeth.
Oh, you're talking about Sunny?
Yes. Anyways, I think the both of you look fabulous and fascinating. I just must tell you, we do not get outsiders here with any frequency, so we do not have people that look such as this here. You will stand out. You will be obvious. Just keep that in mind.
Oh, that's okay. I'm used to being performer. Standing out is always a good thing. And I kind of like lift up my jacket to show the reversible side, which is the red and yellow stripes. My very bright inside.
Nice. As you're continuing to walk, I think she's trying her best to, not be bored on the walk. You guys are kind of trudging along in this drudgery for quite some time. A lot of the ground is not so much dirt road as it is like muddy puddle road. And it's, bleak, you're in nature technically, but it's like a lot of dead trees and not a lot of wildlife to speak of. It's not like pleasant sightseeing walk. It's drizzling a bit on you. It's not a pleasant walk. I think Ireena is trying her best to keep the mood up and keep conversation going, probably trying to get to know y'all better. But after you walk for some time, you reach a crossroads. And an old wooden gallows creaks in a chill wind that blows down from the high ground to the west, and a frayed length of rope dances from its beam. The well-worn road splits here, and a signpost opposite of the gallows points off in 3 directions. Barovia Village to the east, where you just came from. Serpool to the northwest, that would be the one on your right, and Ravenloft/Vallaki to the southwest, and that would be the one to the left.
Weren't we told about a woman in the Serpool who could like read fortunes?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I believe Ismark had mentioned a seer that lived amongst the Vistani and is often encamped at the Serpool encampment.
Well, I think I also remember that the Vistani apparently are evil and work for Strahd, according to what we've heard.
Yeah,
So,
I remember. But do you think they could maybe at least be a little helpful? I mean, if they tell us to do something, we just do the opposite. Like that's how they're helpful.
maybe. But unless they expect us to do the opposite and actually give us real directions.
Well, then we just have to do the opposite of what we were going to do.
Which is exactly what they tell us to do, so we just have to follow their instructions and we'll be alright.
And this is actually directed to our ward here, Olivia. Are they actually evil, or does the devil of the land just happen to use them because they're useful, because supposedly they're the only ones that can leave and come back?
I have met several Vistani. The ones who own the tavern locally, I do not think they are good people. I would not trust them. But from my understanding, they are considered outcast even from Vistanis. Vistani do not accept those three into their ranks. I have met several other Vistani who seem quite pleasant and vibrant people. Their lifestyle is quite interesting and wholesome, to be honest. Very family-centric, but this I do not understand, but something about an ancient debt or deal or interaction between ancestors to the Vistani people and Count Strahd. Because of this arrangement, the Vistani are the only people that have the ability to come and go from our valleys in between the choking mist. And as such, part of their deal, Strahd chooses to work with many Vistani, and many Vistani choose in turn to work for Strahd. So I would be reluctant to get closer to the Vistani because I would be reluctant to get closer to Strahd, but we cannot judge them all based on the actions of the few. But being safe sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
Shit, well, if they know how to get out, then maybe we can just ask them.
I think we can do that after we drop her off at her location. That way, in case there are any of these people watching for her, for him, she's not with us when we visit them.
That's true. Yeah, we can. Okay, so let's drop her off in Villaki and make sure she's safe, and then we can double back this way and see what they're all about.
Or
And have our fortunes read.
we can just leave her in the woods and then talk to them and then go back.
I don't know about that one. The last time we were in the forest, there were wolves.
Oh, okay, well, here. I got this.
So
Okay.
as you're deciding, you see that the northwest fork slants down and disappears into the trees, while the southwest fork clings to an upward slope. Across from the gallows, a low wall, crumbling in places, partially encloses a small plot of graves that are shrouded in fog.
So which way are we going?
I'm sorry to do this, but I'm doing a little bit of the pee-pee dance, so while you're discussing northwest or southwest, I'll be right back.
Yeah, so northwest goes to the Sarah Pool, and then the other way goes, I guess, like, we have a map, remember? We got this really crudely drawn map.
Old
Where was that?
Old Svalich Road.
Yeah, we're on the old Svalich Road, and
Yeah.
just outside of Barovia.
So it looks like the left path is like our main path, and then the Sar pool is kind of like a going out of our way, right?
Sorry, I drank 8 ounces of water in
Check it out.
15 minutes during our break. So right, in Tabletop, I have a map set up. It should have moved you to the new map automatically, but if it
the
didn't,
river. No,
Everest Crossroads.
Yeah.
So
I
the left would be the southwest of Fork, and the right would be the northwest Fork.
My question, though, is we had a crudely drawn map of the area.
Correct.
Do we know where that went?
We have it in-game handouts.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like ours to keep.
Yeah, Ismark drew that
There
up
it
for
is.
you at some point. Who was it? I think Sunny walked down and saw that map and the 2 letters on the table. But I imagine somebody, probably Sunny, would have packed that all away before everybody else woke up.
So... Yeah, I would say that that the southwest to not go towards this Sarah pool.
I don't know. I want to talk to these Vistani.
She's looking over your shoulder at the map and kind of like, well, it looks like the one to the right is a shortcut, perhaps, but this is just a drawing made by my brother. I don't know.
Well, I guess if we don't want to go to the Vistani pool, and the Vistani pool, would that be the path to the left then?
That would be the path to the right.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it's a shortcut, then all the more reason.
So let's vote this. Who's up for visiting the Vistani?
Especially if it's a shortcut.
Oh, it looks like it's a...
Do we have to visit them to use the shortcut?
It's a crude map drawn by her brother, so there's no way to know for sure at this point.
Yeah, plus don't you want to get their side of things? Like, everyone hates Strahd, and these guys apparently are like chill with him.
I don't think I care either way until we like as long as they're like somewhere else, like
to the pool.
Yeah, I don't care. So
all right.
We got 2 in favor of visiting them and 1 who's indifferent. So
I'm pretty indifferent, yeah.
Okay, let's go on the path to the right then.
I am not leaning towards Ricky's idea that they might be super chill, cool people. I don't know if I'm exactly like going along with that part, but I'm down for whatever. Down for the pool.
Wasn't the guy who first invited us Vistani, or
yes,
the person who delivered the letter to you?
Oh, that's right.
Was
that person who...
when one of you, I think it was Sunny, used disguise self to make herself look like that person, or maybe it was.
I think
it was Sunny. Yeah, somebody did that, and then
I did the minor
Tegan
illusion.
Yeah, Tegan did it. I was thinking, I thought that was Tegan, but Tegan doesn't have disguise self, but it was minor illusion. That's why. And then when
yes, I do.
Ismark saw that person, you have disguise self also? Huh, I don't know. when Ismark saw that, though, he identified that's probably a Vistani.
Oh, so now yeah, okay. I forgot about that. I changed my mind about the pool. I don't want to go to the pool anymore because the Vistani, the only one we've met trapped us here and like brought us to this place that we're not allowed, this country that we're not allowed to leave apparently. So.
Well, what if he's there? Then we can unleash a can of whoop-ass on him.
Okay, I'm back on. Yeah. Anger, vengeance. It's totally Sunny's bag.
Anyone else playing Gladys in their head? You like revenge, don't you? Everyone likes revenge. Well, let's go get some.
I don't think I know that reference.
Portal 2.
Oh, GLaDOS. I don't remember that line.
Talking
that was
about
a great
going back to get to fight against Wheatley. But anyway.
And then she was just a potato for like a quarter of the game.
That quote's from while she was the potato.
I thought so, but I don't remember the line specifically.
Yeah. Anyway.
So it seems like 3 are now in favor of going to the right. If that's decided, you can start heading that way. But as you start leaving, you hear a creaking noise behind you coming from the gallows. Where there was nothing before, now hangs a lifeless gray body. The breeze turns the hanged figure slowly so that it can fix its dead eyes upon you.
Goodbye to the corpse.
Jeez.
And keep moving.
Sunny, when you look at this corpse, you're looking at your own body, looking back at you.
Gross.
You see hanging from the gallows, it's you. It's uncanny because it's like you're having an out-of-body experience. You're seeing your lifeless body hanging from the gallows.
Would I see the same thing?
No, you just see a body you don't recognize.
Y'all see... I don't know how to make that that word work in accent. Y'all see that? What? I just kind of like don't really have the words for it. I'm just kind of like, does anyone else? What? Do you see that? That thing?
Sunny, when you look back at your companions and ask them if they're seeing what you're seeing, and all of you look back at the gallows, the rope is once more empty.
Never mind.
I mean, there was just some guy I thought we might... We don't have the time to bury him. But I thought we might.
As you are walking the path to your right, the graveyard, the few burial mounds and headstones that are on the left side of the path. Sorry, I'm just trying to find, where is this fucking dead? There it is. Suddenly, there's a bit of a rumbling of earth, and out of one of the graves, you see a hand exposed out of the soil. And then as you're looking at it, another one, just like bursting out of the soil, and dead bodies start disinterring themselves.
So, stay and fight or run like heck?
Run.
Fight, baby!
Agreed.
Wait, you said...
Let's get out of here.
Oh my god.
There's no real advantage to fighting. There's no profit in it, Ricky, there's no profit in it. Let's go.
You're dead.
selfish paladin.
Come
We
on.
we don't want to endanger our ward.
Well, she can clearly fight too. She's not entirely helpless.
Neither are we, but we still got our butts kicked by wolves.
I mean, you guys would.
You make those
As
rolls.
y'all are having this conversation,
we're having
more
a conversation
and more
on the move.
torsos are starting to crawl out, and they're about one round away from being standing and lurching towards you.
Okay, well, come on, guys. Let's take him. Well, I mean, we gotta go. We're going this way anyway, right? What's a couple of zombies to badass adventurers? Think of the XP.
No, I think we're fine. We're going. We're leaving.
What if there's treasure in the graveyard?
We're leaving the dead people.
All right, and they have I mean, as a DM, I probably shouldn't just say this out loud, but for brevity's sake, they have a speed of 20, so if your choice is we run, they're not going to keep up with you for very long.
All I'm saying is that you can probably take them and then take their stuff. They probably have like what, 5 silver, maybe a gold piece.
It's not financially worth it, so I'm just gonna start heading down the north towards the Sarah
Okay.
Wait, I thought the Sarah pool was the way that just got blocked off by the zombies.
I mean, it's not blocked
Yeah,
off.
it is.
They're in the graveyard to the left of the path, which continues along past that graveyard. If you tarry for too much longer, they're going to get in front of you. But if your choice right now is we're going to run, they're not going to be able to keep up with you.
Okay.
I'm gonna run.
All right, let's run then.
I'll
Yeah.
dash.
Freaking
Dash.
Naruto running, full armor.
Yeah.
Meow.
Your arms might get tired doing that.
The rogue who can double dash.
Double dash.
Really can just Naruto run ahead of
Yep.
us.
I'll just do a quick 90-foot move.
And the next fastest is Manu with his mobile feet.
Are we like moving, or are we just saying like we went past them?
You went past them. You're not. I'm not
Okay,
making you
I
roll
just wanted to make
initiative
sure we
and then use your actual like movement.
Outmaneuver
speed,
them.
Like,
Cool.
you never know. Like if you stop somewhere along this road, you don't know if it's like video game logic. Once you're more than 60 feet away from them, they can't track you, or if they're gonna keep following you. You don't know, but you easily manage to outpace them, and it's not that long, maybe 1 minute or 90 seconds before like they're just beyond your sight.
As
road
we're
bends
doing
enough
that,
yeah.
just to make sure they don't follow us, if we like want to chill out for a little bit, I'm gonna use mold earth and scoop like a hole in the earth for them to fall into if they're like dumb enough to just follow us.
Okay, how long are you taking to do that?
It's a cantrip, so I just do it when I'm not dashing, I'm digging a hole behind us.
Or I should ask, like, an action gets you like how much cubic feet of dirt?
5 foot cube at a time.
Okay.
And it lasts for 1 hour.
I'd say you probably have to take 3 actions to make a trench that you think would trip up the zombies. But
Okay,
theoretically, if you're not in initiative, that takes 18 seconds.
And even she can she can dash forward with bonus action at the same
Yeah.
speed as the rest of us.
And so yeah, I get far ahead, make some holes. I assume everyone in my party is smart enough to not walk directly into the big hole in the ground, and I'm hoping the zombies
You
or
might
whatever.
you might have to point it out for Tegan.
Hey everyone, don't fall in the hole.
Oh, phew. Thanks for letting us know.
Just in case,
Right?
here, I'll be extra careful in case the zombies are listening. I point at the hole and I go, so that everyone knows, don't go in the hole.
All right.
If anyone does go in the hole, I can get them out.
Okay.
This whole thing is probably unnecessary anyway.
With relative ease, you are able to get past them. You set up your little trap. You're pretty confident that it'd take a pretty smart Zombo to get past that. You're pretty confident that's going to trip up most of them, if not all of them. And you continue heading along the old Svalich Road, taking the path to the right towards Serpool. When you're still walking for quite some time, and or do you slow down and start walking at some point, or do you just like keep running until you basically can't?
Yeah, more of a slight jog, you know?
Yeah, I think we slow down after a while.
Yeah, if they move slow enough, so we feel safe enough after a while.
Okay, and Ireena's like, good, okay, we're stopping now, okay. Oh, we're not stopping, we're just walking, okay. Well, slower is better. Do you ever realize you think you're pretty fit and then you run for the first time since childhood and you're just like, oh, that was hard.
Tegan, with her -1 dex and -2 strength, just looks over at her and goes, yes, I do.
Oh, well, I did not want to mess with those spooky things. I'm glad we decided on running. I did bring my sword. You told me not to bring the grappling hook, so I left that. But I insisted. I brought my sword. So I can fight. I'm not useless in a fight, but against a vampire lord, I need help. So yes, I was not egging on that fight. I'm glad we ran, but I'm also glad we're not running anymore. Have you ever not had a conversation with somebody other than your family in so long, and you find yourself talking to people, and then after a couple sentences, you're like, what am I saying? How stupid do I sound? Why am I still talking? And I'm still doing it. I'm sorry. We're walking. You're getting me out of the village. I appreciate it. Yes, thank you. You made the right choice. I agree. We shouldn't have fought those zombies.
No, I never feel that way.
Yes, you seem quite fit. You handled yourself well. You ran up ahead of us. You created that trap. That was quick thinking as well as strong, and then you stayed behind to continue doing it, and you caught up with us. What species are you? You impress me quite some bit.
Well, I just like to say I'm orc.
I should be.
Just orc.
Yeah, I've not heard of such a thing, but is this common from where you're from?
Not where I'm from, but where I'm not from, it is more common.
That
has
made very
been-
little sense to me, but I believe you. And after further awkward conversation, Ireena's just like doing her best to like. It's almost like at times she feels like she has to be an entertainer and a tour guide, but she's finding herself like never been outside of the village. She can't point to that like, oh, this is a thing. I don't know what that thing is. Oh, this interesting stump you see off to the left of the path. I don't know anything about that, but and dusk is starting to descend upon you. And as the evening starts to grow dark, off to your right, you see at least a dozen men and women gathered around a crackling bonfire. And these folks, they seem to be in good spirits. A few of them are singing and dancing around the fire, while others find happiness in their flasks and wineskins. There's several barrel-topped wagons and a tent there, and it is off. You see further beyond their encampment is the shores of a pool of water.
Pretty.
Ireena says, I think this might be it must be the Vistani encampment. I mean, like everything else on the road I was pointing out, I don't know, I've never been here. That looks like that's what that is, and if it was supposed to be here, that must be where here is then. What should we do?
Well, you stay out here. You probably don't want to come with us into the camp. We'll probably go in there, get some information, try to learn more about the Vistani. And hopefully they can give us some. Hopefully we get something out of them, and then we'll probably just be on our way.
Oh, I'm maybe a bit curious. My brother, I know he does not want me to take risks, but to be honest, I do not fear the Vistani, and to be frank, feel safer with you than 60 plus feet away in the bush, just being awkward and observing. I don't mind tagging along with you.
Well, okay then. All right. Let's all go talk to some Vistani then.
I'll talk to some of the ones that are drinking. I'll ask them. I'll start off by asking what it is they're drinking.
Okay.
As you walk up, there's several that stand up from the fire and they look at you, and one specifically is playing a mandolin. He stops playing and kind of opens his arms and greets you all almost like your long lost friends, like really close friends that he hasn't seen in a long time. And obviously you've never seen these people before, but you were greeted very warmly. It's like, friends, welcome, join us by the fire, warm yourself, drink, be merry.
We see anywhere the guy that invited us here.
Make a perception check.
To go. Perception. 14.
Looking around, you see men, women, and children kind of just like mulling around, making merry. You're not seeing anybody that looks like that person that gave you that letter.
Well, anybody here look interesting?
I think there's an elderly man that kind of walks up to your group. You're walking behind the person who was holding a mandolin and greeted you initially. And then this older person walks up, and he fills his mouth with wine before saying,
"Ah, welcome, friends. Welcome to the Serpool encampments. Have you come to have your fortunes read by our Madam Eva?"
Does it cost money?
They laugh amongst themselves and it's like, "Come, sit, hear a tale, kick your feet up, relax, stay the night, it is late. Be with us, friends."
Alright, I'll hear a tale. And I'll take some of your liquor too.
Hear a tale, have some ale.
Yeah.
The person with the mandolin who initially walked up to you kind of like reaches behind his back and like tosses you a wineskin. Do you take a drink?
Oh yeah, baby.
It's a wine. It's not great, but it's got a sweetness to it. It's not a terrible wine. I think from your background and your taste, I don't know if you would be a discerning wine snob because you've had access to it, or if it's just like, you know, you can't tell the difference between 2 buck chuck and whatever else.
Hey, freaking wine is wine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's sweet. It's pretty good. It fills your chest with a nice warm sensation. And the elder sits down by the fire, and you're all joining him. And he fills his mouth with wine and spits it into the fire. The flames turn from orange to green. As they dance and sway, a dark shape appears in the bonfire's core. And the man speaks up. He says, "We come from an ancient land whose name is long forgotten. A land of kings. Our enemies forced us from our homes, and now we wander the lost roads." The dark shape in the fire takes the form of a man being knocked from his horse, and a spear piercing his side. This man continues. "One night, a wounded soldier staggered into our camp and collapsed. We nursed his terrible injury and quenched his thirst with wine. He survived. When we asked him who he was, he wouldn't say. All he wanted was to return home. But we were deep in the land of his enemies. We took him as one of our own and followed him back towards his homeland. His enemies hunted him. They said he was a prince, yet we didn't give him up, even when their assassins fell upon us like wolves." Deep in the bonfire, you see the dark figure standing with sword drawn, fighting off a host of shadowy shapes. "This man of royal blood fought to protect us, as we protected him. We bore him safely to his home, and he thanked us. He said, 'I owe you my life. Stay as long as you wish. Leave when you choose. And know that you will always be safe here.'" The figure dancing in the fire vanquishes its final foe, then disperses in a cloud of smoke and embers. This man's face becomes a somber mask. "A curse has befallen our noble prince, turning him into a tyrant. We alone have the power to leave this domain. We traveled far and wide to find heroes such as yourself to end our dreadlord's curse and put his troubled soul to rest. Our leader, Madam Eva, knows all. Will you speak with her?"
Sure, why the hell not?
Sure. Yeah.
He takes another sip of wine and points over his shoulder towards a tent.
Could
There. She's always already waiting for you.
Before we go, could you show me how to do that trick with the wine and the fire? It was pretty cool.
I think the other one with the mandolin kind of laughs and like smacks Stanimir on the shoulder and kind of is like, this one, their elder, always a show off. This one wanting the lower tricks. Don't you know you have to be a Vistani? Off with you. Go see Madam Eva.
Oh, okay.
While we're going away, I take a swig of wine and I spit it up into the air while I cast Minor Illusion. And it's just like a big sunny face like sticking my tongue out behind me.
I think Stanimir kind of laughs and applauds
playfully, yeah.
And he says,
Yes, a good performance. Much less dour than mine, I'm sure, but it has your particular flair, I see.
I think as you're walking over to the tent, Ireena comes up to you, Sonny, is like, I thought it was funny. As you approach this tent, before anybody has a chance to call out, or, I mean, it's a tent, you don't exactly knock, but otherwise make yourself known, you hear a voice from inside call out and say,
Come in already.
Oh, she was expecting us, You know, I don't even really believe in all this seer nonsense. My dad told me they're mostly scams.
You literally do magic and you think that this is a scam?
Yeah, I don't do this sort of magic. You know, I get my powers come from my righteous belief in good and law. You know,
and money apparently.
Well, you know.
Did you buy your fancy powers?
No, I had to work for them. I did buy this fancy armor and fancy sword, though, which helped me cast my fancy powers.
It's about time you two had this discussion. I could feel the anger from Manu for days now.
Yeah. Well, all I'm saying is that we shouldn't get our hopes up talking to this woman. She's probably gonna do like some weird card reading and charge us 5 gold pieces each.
as you're still like talking amongst yourself outside of the tent, you hear an impatient tut-tutting. It's like,
Well, are you coming in?
Sure, why not? Let's go in.
and Ireena enters with you, and you open the flap of this tent, and it reveals that magic flames cast a reddish glow over the interior of this tent, revealing a low table covered in a black raven-patterned velvet cloth. Glints of light seem to flash from a crystal ball on the table as a hunched figure peers into its depths. As the crone speaks, her voice cackles like dry weeds.
At last you have arrived.
And cackling laughter bursts like mad lightning from her withered lips. As you all step in one by one, she says,
Sonny, the orphan who knows no other name. Your fame as a street magician, a mere distraction for your propensity for picking pockets. Your magic must grow beyond parlor tricks to survive the challenges ahead. Tegan Picaresco, the only child of doting parents, eager to prove your own worth. if only to yourself. This land will test you, but it offers no witness to validate your efforts. Manu Muala, the one who blames himself for the loss of a friend. I fear this land may cause you to lose much more. Richard Regal Jr., finally stepping out from the shadow of your parents' accomplishments, only to step into the misty shroud of our lands. Ah, and our very own Ireena Kolyana, cursed to relive a deadly pursuit of a devil over countless lifetimes. May these outsiders guide your escape from the Sisyphean struggle. Are you all ready for me to divine the path that lies before you?
I kind of like slap Ricky on the shoulder. See?
Okay.
She begins shuffling. She takes a deck of cards and splits it into 2 piles on the table in front of her there. I've got a good representational queued up in table plop. You should all be there.
Okay. Yep. See it?
Okay. She shuffles the 2 decks and allows you to cut them, and then places the cards back on top, and puts them in the 2 piles. And she puts her hand on one of the piles, on the top card, and says,
"This card tells of history. Knowledge of the ancients will help you better understand your enemy."
And she draws the card and looks at it, and then turns it over. Damn it. I wanted this to go so much smoother than this. She says,
"I see a dead village, drowned by a river, ruled by one who has brought great evil into the world."
She puts the card there in front of you. She puts her hand over that same deck again, and she says,
"This next card tells of a powerful force for good and protection, a holy symbol of great hope."
And she draws the card and looks at it, and turns it over, and says,
"I see a fallen house guarded by a great stone dragon. Look to the highest peak."
And she puts that card down in front of you. She puts her hand over that same deck that she's been drawing cards from again, and she says, where is it? No, that's not what it is. There it is. She says,
"This card is a card of power and strength. It tells of a weapon of vengeance, a sword of sunlight."
And she puts it down on the table.
A lightsaber?
And says,
"The treasure is hidden in a small castle beneath a mountain, guarded by amber giants."
And she switches her hand to hover over the other deck that she has not been drawing from. And says,
"This card sheds lights on the one who will help you greatly in a battle against darkness."
and she flips the card before putting it on the table and says,
"Your greatest ally will be a wizard. His mind is broken, but his spells are strong."
puts that card on the table in front of you.
And this wizard is you're sure it's a he? Could it be a girl wizard?
I just love going back and forth as he's holding up, as they are holding up the actual cards and then making them appear on the tabletop. Like, your utter devotion to all of this is amazing. I just want to say.
Put a lot of work setting this up. I wish it went smoother and faster and not so clumsy as I'm making it work out, but I'm glad you appreciate it.
I like it.
But she draws one final card, and she says,
"Your enemy is a creature of darkness whose powers are beyond mortality. This card will lead you to him."
and flips it before putting it on the table.
"I see a dark puppeteer on a bridge between two spires, looking down upon this tortured land with a twisted smile as he pulls his strings. Look to great heights, find the beating heart of the castle. He waits nearby."
Is that the last one, or are there more?
Yes, that was a 5-card reading. That will be 5 gold. No, I'm just kidding. You thought it was gonna cost money, weren't you, Richard? But no, that was a funny.
I personally am more worried about it costing things other than just money.
I'm more worried about this sun lightsaber you're talking about. You said it was at the bottom of the mountain?
Yes, I see that treasure hidden inside a small castle, inside a mountain, guarded by giants of amber.
Well, say less. Okay, I don't... Maybe there is some merit to this seer business. I think our first step should be to, after we get to Vallaki, should we go to this mountain?
Beware that this land is a sandbox, and you may wander into areas you are not prepared for.
Have you seen these guns? I can take on anything.
I see all. Now get the fuck out.
Okay. Thank you for your time. This is very helpful. Especially the bit about the sunblade.
Okay,
Right,
as y'all exit Madam Eva's tent and step back out into the encampment, You see group of people still like making merry by the fire. There's a couple more tents around, and as you approach, I think the one that doesn't stop playing the mandolin this time when he talks to you is just like, how did your meeting go with Madam Eva? You will be spending the night with us, yes?
No, the meeting went better than expected, but I don't know if we'll be spending the night.
Trust me, Giorgio, you do not want to leave after Darkfall.
I'm down to stay. They already know who we are and what we're doing.
Is there another way beyond the mountains from here besides going back the way we came?
You might need some climbing equipment.
Like a grappling hook?
And Ireena's like smacks her forehead. It's like, I don't know why you talk me out. I always knew you. As soon as you get rid of something, that's when you need it. But no, I left it at home.
Well, that's a bit disappointing.
Well, you don't need to climb anything right now anyway.
I mean, I've got some stuff we could use to climb a little bit.
Jojo, trust me, that's 1,000 feet up a waterfall. You climb that, I put my faith in you from here on out.
Do you see what he looks like? He might just swim up it. But in any case, two of us can very easily, reliably manipulate a rope magically from 30 foot away. And very more reliably than you throwing a grappling hook.
You have magic that can do this?
Yeah, it's a cantrip.
I do not know cantrips, spell slots, these terms. I do not. I am not the caster class.
Climbing, we got.
I feel so relieved that I am in such capable hands. Capable, if not strange at times, in their ways.
Yes. Speaking of cantrips, I cast guidance on myself and pull out my viol and start accompanying the mandolin.
Nice. Y'all make a really nice, lively, jaunty tune. I think even like several from their little covered wagons step out. One brings a violin, one brings a little drum, and y'all have like a nice little jam session. You're really getting like, and y'all are making eye contact with some of the other Vistani. Like, are you feeling this? We're fucking grooving. Like,
wow. I rolled a nat 20 and then a 3 on the D4. My performance check is a 26.
Yeah, I think more Vistani are stepping out from tents and stepping out from wagons. Those that aren't joining with instruments are, you know, clapping and stomping and dancing, and some are even singing along some improvised lyrics or just like lyricless melodies with their voice. Somebody's doing like throat singing, somebody else is doing something more like beatboxing to keep along with the drummer. Y'all are sounding dope. Are you signed?
I am not, no. Not yet.
I think Ireena's particularly enjoying this. Like, she's not been out of the village in like ever, as far as she knows, and she is quite happy with this turn of events. I think you probably at some point set down the dog Lancelot, Manu. Probably sniffs around the camp, finds a little ground score here and there to munch on.
I'd also use I'd use my net and just kind of make a little nest for him, and then when we travel, I'll have that like on top of my shell.
Oh, nice, cute.
Other than that, I am going to get drunk and pass out.
Okay, I
Typical
think
Manu.
unless you're intentionally keeping to yourself, you're probably attracting drinking buddies. It's like, oh, this one fucking going to town. I'm going to try to keep up.
Gather around.
It may or may not devolve into some sort of drinking contest.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like be like a wallflower or anything. So I'd enjoy company.
Yeah, I think everybody at this camp is incredibly friendly, incredibly warm and gracious, and are treating you like not only are you not strangers, they're treating you like they've known you for a long time, but like known you deeply and well and fondly, and like it's almost like being greeted by a friend you haven't seen in a long time, and you're just like the feeling you get from these people is just like an overwhelming sense of like camaraderie and kinship.
Well, Ricky, for his part, just kind of goes to sleep with dreams of wielding a blade of light.
I do need Manu to make. Goddamn, I have so many pages of notes, and of course, the one I need is not right in front of me. A retroactive. Here's the page. Constitution saving throw.
$11.
Okay. Did you eat any more dream pastry today?
No, I was gonna save it until the morning.
Okay.
At the wake and bake.
Okay, as night comes to you all, some of the Vistani are very gracious about bringing out bedrolls, and somebody's like, "Oh, those ones aren't good enough. Bring out the nice bedrolls. Don't bring out the old bedrolls." And people are like, "What are you gonna make them sleep outside? We have set up a tent," and people start setting up an extra large tent that's probably big enough for all of you, and lay out some kind of nice furs on the ground, and some pretty nice looking bedrolls, 4 of them for you all on the ground. And it's a little bit early, but I think that unless there's further conversation between any of the PCs or NPCs, that was what I was going to call the episode. But it's a little bit earlier. If y'all want to roleplay for a little bit, that's fine.
No, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm good tonight.
Can't really think of anything else to take care of at this point.
Trying to think, what our game plan once we drop. I keep blanking on her name.
Ireena.
But Ireena, yes. So she drop her off at, I think, Villaki, right? We're taking her to Villaki.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
So we just drop her off there, and then we can just start going around. So we know that there's like a.
To be clear, though, it was to safety, and safety did not have a defined point. They just Ismark suggested Villaki as the first town west, and it is a fortified town. Father Donovich also mentioned a church in Villaki, and also mentioned an abbey in Kresk.
So we can go. Yeah, so if Villaki's not good enough, then we'll go to Kresk. But yes, but then after that, it's just free time after we get her to a safe place. It's just free time. We can just like go around, or maybe actually on our travels we can hopefully hit one of these locations that she gave in her fortune telling. So like we know that there's like and also the broken wizard thing. I don't know if it's gonna be Mad Mary, cause I don't know if Mad Mary's secretly a wizard, but she's broken.
That's what I was wondering if you were hinting at.
But Madam Eva did say he for the broken wizard, so so I don't know.
Madam Mim.
With a silent S.
Yeah, right.
I prepared a PDF of that reading for y'all to be able to refer back to, but I was trying to drop it into the in-game handouts, and it's like, since I don't have Discord Nitro, I guess it's too big. It's a one-page PDF.
Oh, yeah.
Is it a home
brewery page?
No, it isn't. It's something I typed up in Google Docs and hit print, but instead of printing it, I saved it as a PDF.
Oh, I don't think you can drop PDFs into Discord at all. I think you can convert it to like a JPEG or a PNG.
I've dropped PDFs in before.
You can. Oh, okay.
And I've dropped PDFs that
maybe
multiple pages.
I had the same problem then. Okay.
But for some reason, I don't know, I could get info how many megabytes is this really, because it's a one page. 16.1 megabytes, so yeah, that is kind of big.
Oh. Yeah, that's massive for a PDF.
Yeah.
It's one page. I don't know why that's so huge.
You might have saved it at like a super high DPI.
Maybe.
Because I know Discord's max is like 8.3.
Yeah, so and since it's a PDF and not a JPEG, I don't know how to quickly compress it.
I mean, don't you still have our emails and stuff?
I do. I could just send it to your emails.
You could screenshot it too.
Oh yeah, that's yeah.
Or since it's already as a Google Doc, you can.
Oh yeah, that's also.
Can protect the doc so that no one else can edit it. Only view, and then just link it to the Google.
I'm gonna edit it and change the reading. She said that Sunny got super cool and super strong.
Yeah, actually, she said the laser sword is underneath the wagon or whatever, like the tent that we're in.
She pulled the diviner card and was just like, oh yeah, all fucking 3 of these things are right under my nose.
Do we know where Kresk is?
It's
you can see on the map that is marked through you that it's the town that's furthest to the east, or it's furthest to the west.
It's the town of Kresk. It doesn't look like it's marked. Instead, what is marked is Saint Markovia Abbey.
Oh, is that where it's at?
Which is in Kresk.
Okay, cool. I did not remember that.
Really? It doesn't say Kresk in there? It's a little bit surprising.
No, the map just has...
Oh yeah, it doesn't say Kresk there. That's surprising.
So I thought it was just like an abbey in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that this is out of game, you wouldn't necessarily know this yet. But the abbey is basically like above the town, kind of on the side of a cliff. So yeah, where St. Markovia Abbey is X'd on the map is essentially exactly where Kresk is.
The abbey is on a cliff overlooking the town. I think I've had a nightmare about that. But we'll have to figure it, and then we can see.
And you don't need it right now. You don't have to like hang out until I put the email in. I'm drunk.
It's too
powerful. Max size file is a drawing representation of what they look like as a group into the chat either. With the Patreon, you can get like over 10 gigs a month, or by paying the Patreon every month, you get over 10 gigs as long as you have it paid.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Roll20. Like, you can only upload small files, and you have very minuscule upload limit.
Yeah, Tableplop at least allows you to upload files that are as big as 20 megs. So if you have like a large map that is high res and you want the players to still be able to zoom in and like see the fine detail, you could still like, within reason, like Castle Ravenloft's ground floor was too big to upload uncompressed, so I had to compress the ground floor a little bit, but everything else looks pretty good.
Usually if I need something to be smaller, I'll just like open it in Paint and make it a little smaller and save it as a JPEG.
One email sent. Yeah, and before next game, I think, Lieben, you weren't here yet. I think the other three of you were like, cool, if I figure out how to do recording of our games. But I'm considering trying to get like OBS on both of these laptops so I could record like our video feeds, as well as probably try to figure out how to put like Tableplop into the game too. But I just want to check in to see if you're cool with your face being recorded during the games as well as your voice.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
But yeah, that's basically like the setup I did in the disembodied audio video window. That's like one of the things I put together for potentially putting our faces and stuff on the screen. And then I don't know how many people were like away from their computers when I hit the break time tab. I feel like that has a very, the break time tab. I don't know if.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I feel like that has a very like Snoop Dogg aesthetic to it. And then there was a couple others that I didn't show this game that you'll see later. And I do want to show off one that I like never started, even though you did get into a battle technically. The battle scene that I set up was this one.
That's so cool. That looks awesome. I love it.
I feel like I showed that to my friend Paul, and he was like, that looks like an anime fight scene. I was like, that's exactly what I was trying to telegraph.
It's like old school Final Fantasy almost.
Yeah. It's like Final Fantasy with the like vertical attack style of Undertale.
I feel like there was another video game that I hadn't played that I was like looking for GIFs that like telegraph like this is a fight scene if I put it in the background as a GIF. But I was like, I don't know, like I haven't heard of this game. Maybe if some of my players have played this game, they would get it. But this doesn't read as a like fight scene background to me. So I was like looking through a shit ton of GIFs, and then I found that one, and then like re-edit it to be like red instead of white. I was very inspired by Scout's like idle screen or whatever you would call it with like your character art. It's funny because I was like already looking into OBS before I saw that you do that. But then I hadn't got my shit together enough to use it yet in that game. But I saw you were using it for your camera feed. I was like, oh, that's fucking tight. Now I definitely want to get on like figuring out how to use this. And I think I could figure out like the flavor imagery on this laptop and then like recording on this laptop. I just think I'll have to test it, and I'll probably need a time that's not during like pre-scheduled game time for all of us to get into a chat so I could like know what the Discord window looks like, so when I'm like capturing the different frames, it's not like a different ratio and layout on the screen. I feel like other people that stream D&D that do that type of overlay thing, like when a person like freezes or cuts out for a second and then they go away and then rejoin the chat, like all the video feeds like cut out from like they don't align with the overlay anymore. But but yeah, I'm stoked to figure that out. And I should probably tell Craig to fuck off because he's just been recording us bullshit.
But yeah, I don't know why Discord will do that disconnect reconnect thing to me once in a while. I only did it twice tonight, but it's still pretty annoying. I need to figure out